Good evening, and welcome to Philly by Night, a VTM 5th edition actual play that is just a bunch of our friends having silly vampire stories that take place in the city of brotherly love. Tonight, we have our newest coterie to the city, the Meals on Wheels coterie. And you've been granted a special treat. You have all been invited to Keeper Sexton's laboratory for the evening of July the 12th, 2024. So, how is it that you wake up today, Mr. Pacifico?
Absolutely. Well, like most nights, Mr. Pacifico opens his eyes, drags himself out of bed, and checks his pulse. And as he just kind of still realizes that the nightmare is ongoing and there's nothing there, he's going to attempt to rouse the blush of life.
Good luck on that.
Uh, Come on, come on. One more time. Just one more time. Uh, he'll rouse. Rouse. Roll. True. Hunger unchanged.
Oh, good.
Charles wills it, and as he feels the false heartbeat start underneath his two fingers, he checks his neck. And once the blood starts flowing all the way through him, he finally pulls himself out of bed, gets dressed in his plain black attire, gray pants, fiddles with his hair. Uh, it's messy every single night when he wakes up, as it was at the time he was dead. And after fussing over it for a little while, he goes through his papers and just tries to find the strength to leave his room, which after maybe 10 or 15 minutes, he finally finds whatever strength is left in his decaying and rotting soul to crack open the door and plaster a smile across his face as he hums a little tune to himself and walks out into the upstairs of the morgue.
I know what your humanity score is, Mr. Pacifico.
And it will never be good enough for him.
I mean, I suppose. How dare. So, how about you, Darlene? How you waking up this fine, exciting, going to go play at Disney World kind of an evening?
I am so super proud to announce that Darlene is not waking up screaming as of the past 72 hours. It just stopped one morning. But she wakes up. She takes her little picture of her family and she tucks it somewhere safe. Today she's going to tuck it under her pillow. If she has a cell phone, she's going to reach for it and check for any updates from Bailey as far as progress, how she's going along. She's going to check for any messages from anybody who may have chosen to make contact with her. Anybody, say, not necessarily solid. Anybody, say, not necessarily with the greatest intention that she might have been, stressing about and asking to come watch Borat 2 with her. about a dozen times. I think it was a dozen or half a dozen times. But she'll check her messages, she'll check any inboxes, see if she got any updates.
That is an interesting question. Uh, Mr. Fry,
After the last four messages, he did not keep responding. Of Borat 2 tonight,
Yeah.
Borat
Yeah.
hun.
Yeah.
So after the last four, he did not deign to keep responding. He did message at the end of the other night when she began freaking out because she gave him a little bit of a mm, identity crisis. Well, let's phrase it like that. Um, he is. We're gonna go with repressing everything to do with that because that sounds like a Colin thing to do. That sounds exactly like how he would have trained to do that. Compartmentalization. So from there, the usual greetings to his wraith, his also undead but differently undead companion, and so long as Kate has not seen anything, he would check his phone perfunctorily and check, more importantly, the rat post if he's been left anything, because he has recently received a message that all city business is no longer supposed to be electronic. It is solely via the rat post.
the text, while it is very easy to see where he got that, the text message simply said that everything must pass through the rat and the spider. And Mr. Fry has been in the city long enough to know that the rat likely refers to a Nosferatu, and there is only one that he has met in the city,
Fair enough. That does narrow it down.
and the
Otherwise,
spider, which, if he speaks any French
probably cottoned that
or
on due to
Spanish,
he doesn't have to. That was explained to him by a certain person who also informed him of that person's other name of lasagna. So that did come up a while back, but it did.
La, La Ranier is French for the spider.
Yes, it
Darlene's
is.
going to have a field day with this.
God, until she meets Mr. Finnegan, it will be a cloud over every sun. Cannot wait for the meeting of the minds. So, otherwise, he'll be heading off to eat. I believe he does still need to blush, though I did make a devil's bargain with you, if you recall, that I can also reply to for his hunger, but I do
Mm-hmm.
need to still rouse, I believe.
Affirmative.
Same here.
Hey, I'll take that. Still at one for now.
That's not terrible.
I'll take that.
And that does mean on your end that devil's bargain I offered you that you start the session -2 willpower.
I do.
When dealing with Mrs. Sexton.
Pardon?
Oh, Darlene is hungry.
Dang it, Darlene. Luckily, there's food pretty much everywhere.
Very lucky. And Darlene is very excited to pitch her new food source to anyone who will listen.
What you all would notice, even Mr. Pacifico, for whom there has been a very handy little note left beside one of his bedposts, is a text message from your co shadow, Mr. Rowan Everly. He is informing you that Sifra has been through a lot over the last week and needs some time to process.
Is she a NutriBullet? Like what the?
uh, I love being right.
What? Why are you right?
Charles doesn't take pleasure in other people's misfortune. Liar.
Of course.
But
You liar.
but the fact that he knew that Sophia did in fact eventually break, and he had nothing to do with it. Just it's just nice to know. As he said, ignorance of the world only leads to one outcome. So his smile is just the tiniest bit more genuine, actually, as he's out in the morgue tonight.
Oh, for Pete's sake.
Darlene will throw some clothes on and she'll exit her room. She more or less exits her bedroom immediately after waking just about every day.
Miss Lewis, it's good to see you this fine evening.
Hey, Charles, good evening. How are you doing?
Oh, swimmingly. Absolutely lovely. I'm so concerned though about our co-shadow's health though. Did you see the for me it was a letter. I imagine you got a text of some sort?
Yeah. Oh my God, what happened to Sophia?
I don't know.
She's
but
like the cheerfulest person I know.
My heart aches for her, truly.
Hey, okay. Okay, like, what was this snit about?
Whatever do you mean?
Like, okay, it was like a week ago, but everyone was so...
I truly, honestly, I feel terrible about it. I'm
If you keep lying, I'm gonna make you
I'm sorry,
roll
I
for
shouldn't
it.
laugh so
Oh
loud.
no,
Colin's
absolutely.
not there yet, so
Would
good
you like?
luck.
Would
It's
you like me?
Marlene.
I'm happy to make a roll just to
Flex the
to
dice pool.
flex. Yeah, no, absolutely. Would my ingenue bonus for appearing innocent and blameless in
Yes,
deception?
yes, it would. Yes, it would.
Absolutely.
Absolutely, it would. Resting, I didn't do it face. Absolutely.
Okay, I saw
applies
your
here.
soul. I saw your soul, dude. Like,
Yeah. All right. Hunger 1, and I'll just and there we go. 7 successes.
Oh yeah.
hang on. Let me just check how many dots of
Yeah.
insight I've got on my character sheet. Okay, I think you're good, man. I think she's convinced. Okay,
Yeah.
all right.
Charles, you almost swear you see a little mist under Charles's eyes, which he's trying so hard to hide. He says,
Oh, the dear little
I
pure
didn't
heart.
I didn't realize just how little she had experienced of the world, and I was trying to form a bond with her by sharing some of my own experiences that, shaped me into the man I was, and I think it was a little too much for her, and I didn't realize it at the time until, I was informed by the prince and so many others that I had truly harmed her with my own traumas that I didn't know would hold such a deep impact on her. And I totally understand why they were so aggressive in their defense of her. They were just they were rightfully upset that I had upset her. And while that was of course not my intention in the
Oh,
least,
don't beat yourself up about it.
it's just
That's
I'm
terrible.
now on
No,
such
no,
a
no, 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 no.
I'm on such a bad
Don't
note
make
with all the
yourself
city's
feel
leadership
guilty
now.
about that. You did nothing wrong, please.
This man goes down smooth like cyanide.
I just I just I really hope that the prince and the city's leadership can come to see that that's not who I want to show the city I am,
Oh my gosh, you poor thing. You
Well,
poor misunderstood cative thing. I will not hear anybody say a bad word about you. I promise. That is terrible. I'm so sorry, Charles. Oh my goodness.
no, it's all right. I'm sure
Yeah.
she'll go now that she's unfortunately seems to have experienced some horrors that I don't know anything about. I hope that she'll maintain her disposition because I just know all those people who, were rushing to her defense would be absolutely devastated to know that she was upset. And, either way, though, I thank you, Miss Lewis.
Yeah.
You're
I'll
a
bet
good
they
coterie
would. Oh
mate.
my gosh. I'm so sorry. What a traumatic introduction to the city. Oh my God. I'm sorry, Charles. Do you want a hug?
That actually kind of catches him off guard. There's a moment where he goes,
I don't squish like I did last week. I'm doing real good with physical therapy.
"Oh well." He actually kind of awkwardly opens his arms and says, yes."
She, not awkwardly in the slightest, opens her arms as well and brings you in.
Charles kind of pats her back twice, and then
It's
he
like
actually
hugging a
squeezes Darlene.
big bag of kindling.
Yeah. Charles actually gives Darlene a genuine hug for a second. He goes, "No, I didn't expect you to be warm. I guess."
Oh yeah, it's a on account of my condition.
Sorry. Yes. Well, Miss Lewis, I
You
don't.
can call me Darlene. Oh my God, we're coterie mates now. Come on.
Darlene, I truly don't feel you need to put your own reputation at risk on my behalf.
My
You are
reputation.
well,
My
us outcasts
reputation as a
are.
thin blood in a Camarillo city. I think I'm gonna be all right.
That's fair. Us outcasts do need to stick together.
Yeah, we totally do. So, like, don't call me Miss Lewis. I'm Darlene. Like,
If
you're
it would
good. We're
please you,
friends now,
Darlene.
remember?
Yes. Friends. I appreciate how easily you use that word, and I apologize if it's a little harder for me to use it with the same sincerity you do. But know that I do hold an affinity towards you, Darlene.
Hey, it's okay. I know you're like I know you're a caitiff, but blooded is blooded. I know that things like your emotions probably process differently than I do. I completely respect it. Don't even worry about that. I'm not expecting emotional reciprocity on any level. You're good. You like you don't have to put on a performance for me. You're good.
I will keep that in mind. Have you spoken to our third coterie member recently? I
No,
feel
oh
a
my
little
God.
bad. I was in such poor spirits last time we were together. I think I might have had a few encounters with him that I'd rather like to not repeat. We are going to be working together. I think we bonded by the end of it, but I can do my part to be a little softer, I think.
I mean, like you put two stags together in the same woods, they're gonna lock horns first thing. So like it's natural. But I think I said something that really upset him, and I've been like worried sick about him. He did text me back. Like
What happened?
it was like eating a light bulb, but he did text me back. I
He ate a
don't
light bulb?
know. No, like it was like texting, or it was like eating a light bulb, trying to get a response out of him. He's a total introvert, bless his heart, but he's a total introvert. Um, yeah, I really don't know what it was.
I did get the impression that he didn't have a lot of experience with interacting with other people. Yes.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, either way,
He's a total sweetheart. I mean,
he certainly has a heart. Sorry, I should
again,
be kinder.
I'm
I
not
should
expecting
be.
reciprocity. I know, like solitary predators. It's fine. Um, but yeah, I think I said something that really, I don't know. Like, I think it upset him and I've been worried, but he did text me back. So he's alive. Well,
If you'd
not like
like.
alive, like he's
Yes.
responsive.
I mean, if he was alive, that'd be fantastic news. But
I know, wouldn't it?
if you'd like, if you know where he is, I can give you a ride.
If I had any idea where he is, like, I don't know. That dude does not want to be found. That's that's one thing that I found.
At this point, there are very likely the stereotypical sounds of cursing coming up from the morgue.
Oh my God, that's him. Let's go say hi.
Yes, you lead the way.
Why
Okay.
is it
And
always
she
a
walks
dairy?
slightly better than she did the last time. She's getting better bit by bit. And she makes way down to the morgue.
Colin is putting away the remains of a leg next to a client of the morgue and forcibly rolling a tray back into its refrigerated container.
Hey, Colin.
Colin turns after a moment, a somewhat pregnant pause, and looks at Darlene, looks at Charles. Hi.
Hi, how are you doing?
Yep.
You're looking much more solid.
Yes.
Are you doing okay? Everything's good? Can I help you with the leg?
I've eaten it. I don't think you can eat it for me. Thank you.
Okay. It's great to see you again. I've really missed you this week.
Colin looks at Darlene and immediately hits her with an insight.
Um, Go ahead and roll that. And good day. You tell me how much of her psychological neuroses Colin is going to get inflicted with at this time.
All
Condola,
of them. All of them.
all of it. Okay.
Wits
No.
insight.
Yes, wits and insight.
Just the snap fire that one from the hip.
Come on, you freaking thing. Show me. Eh? Eh? I mean, she's no Charles, but damn, is she convincing.
Thanks.
Okay. So you're looking to see if Darlene is genuine?
Yes, absolutely.
100% genuine. This is the obligate extrovert who is kept in basically some form of solitary confinement for about 9 months. You are one of the first people that she's seen who is friendly to her, and she said something that made you go away. And she really doesn't want that. She really wants to fix whatever that is because she doesn't want you to go away again. It's very genuine, not in an entirely psychologically healthy way at all, but genuine.
Thank you, Darlene.
I'm glad to see that you've recovered from your condition, and I look forward to seeing you around here more often. Perhaps we simply need to talk a little more.
Colin does this from Darlene to Charles.
Mute myself. I'm sorry.
I could have sworn I had my lighter a second ago. Okay.
Stags
I
locking horns.
appreciate.
Stags locking horns right there.
What? Never mind.
If
Oh,
this is the
it's
metaphor
You
that
remember
makes
when
her
we
not
were-
wake up screaming, I'm willing to embody it.
You remember the parts when we were honest to each other, even if it wasn't nice? I really liked those. I just want to put that out there. It makes me more comfortable. I like hostility in front of me. Out of curiosity, have you seen a message today?
Yes.
Cool. Has anything new happened with you, Charles?
Charles looks to Darlene
wait,
and
no,
just
he's
just
not.
has that
Stop
knowing
this.
look in
He's
his
not.
eye.
No, No, he didn't do. No, this has nothing to do with him. He's not responsible for this. Charles
If
is
you want,
innocent. Whatever happened to Sophia happened like from some other source.
Seafra.
yes,
He
I
gives Darlene something like a cross between amusement, pity, and this strange look that seems almost guarded for a second before he cuts himself off immediately from Darlene, and then looks over at
as
Charles and
if
goes,
you want honesty, if that's the part you enjoyed most, then allow me to be completely honest. After being threatened several times, well, threatened is the wrong
3.
word. I don't want to mischaracterize them. After being strongly encouraged
You
to
were threatened twice and then strongly encouraged once by Rowan.
whether or not I perceive them that way, I should state from the intention of the person who did so in how they wished for it to be publicly perceived, which is I was strongly encouraged 3 times to not repeat those actions. And because I didn't want to cause any more harm, I have not really spoken to Sifra since then. I can promise you that I quite honestly have no idea what even happened.
Here we go again. You get to flex your big dice pool again.
You know what? Charles is not trying to be dishonest, so I'm going to take half. So
Yep.
Awesome. You still may win. Since he's studying him, and this has taken a bit, can I argue resolve?
I'm going to say no for this one because that would take a little bit longer in knowing and interacting with
Okay.
Charles in my ST discretion.
Wits?
Yep.
difficulty to overcome is 4.
Meets
Meets
beats?
it, beats
Or
it.
Yep. All right. So, if I may describe it,
Oh, of course.
Charles is not an easy person to read. For a moment, though, you sense that he is clearly very good at, even when he's not trying, making himself hard to read. In that sense, he's not actually trying to project a sense of false honesty. He was simply hiding all of his tells, probably because he doesn't want it to be known that he has tells that can be seen. You get the sense that he had nothing to do with it. Because you
I
beat
will
him on
take
the insight roll, I will also say, on top of that, that he had nothing to do with it. And he's honestly very worried that you didn't know he had nothing to do with it, because you can see in his eyes that slight concern if he's going to get more people knocking on the door asking if he had something to do with this.
I'll defend
Colin
you,
just
good
nods
buddy.
and goes, Colin nods and scratches his forehead and then pulls at the side of his face with the scar and just leaves it.
So, are any of you likely to be paying close attention to the Kine news?
Yes, that's Colin. That's his day job. Day job.
Darlene has been in a hole and she's out of practice of news.
Charles only reads the newspaper. He reads the
Oh,
newspaper accessibly, but he reads only physical print news.
this would be in the newspaper. The sinkhole incident. At a specific historical hospital. Strange for a sinkhole to cause an explosion. Don't you think?
I probably don't need 9 dice and background in cover-ups to know that's kind of weird. and probably suss some things out.
Absolutely, that's kind of weird.
Yeah. Yeah. Colin, you are free to say however much he would understand. He's worked with Maddie before. I think Maddie mentioned the Chantry. I don't know if they mentioned the exact location. I'm going to guess probably not.
Probably not. They're fairly secretive about their
Tremere.
everything.
Uh-huh. Other than that,
Charles.
Cyrene, no. Oh, he only met Cyrene at her office or for the 2 missions. Right.
Mhm.
Nope. What politics or what role would I need to make to either assume or know with a high probability that's vampire related?
With your level of constant paranoia, you don't even got a roll for it, babe.
It's like he's an investigator or something, and he's done some shady things. A lot of shady things. Yeah. The next thing is watching their reactions.
Oh, does he tell Darlene?
Sure. You two been
Oh,
checking the
I bet
news?
you somebody was smoking in I bet you somebody was smoking in their bed. You get it all the time, especially in like cardiac recovery. So, like some family member, they sneak in McDonald's, they sneak in cigarettes, and they will smoke with oxygen like right there in their faces. That's terrible. I hope that nobody died.
I'm not a gambling man. I give. See, the thing is, the problem is the more obviously I think something might be a cover up, the less likely I am to be right because, man, the world just seems more and more like an Onion article, you know?
Totally.
And with that, there is a bing on Darlene's phone.
Darlene opens up the phone.
Darlene, you have a message from a Mr. Everly, who I believe is saved into your phone as Fister Mixit.
Yes.
And it displays a photoshopped and edited picture of the Candyland box with yourself, Mr. Fry, and Charles on it. And the message associated to that particular edited picture is, "You coming?"
Oh my God. Guys, come look at this. Come look at this. Rowan did this. Look at him. He's good at Photoshop. It's so cool.
You
Okay.
are muted, Colin. I can't hear a single thing you're saying.
Thank you. Colin attempts to do the over-the-shoulder thing, does not make it, and then goes to the side and leans in. Interesting.
Okay, no. But Darlene is going to be ladylike and she's going to duck a little bit.
Interesting. Where is this? When are we going somewhere?
I mean, there's an address, so I guess now.
He looks over at Charles.
I don't have anything to do. Plus, I need to talk to, you know, the Duke of Philadelphia. I guess we call him.
The Duke.
I learned some new things, guys.
Well,
Do you mean the Prince of Philadelphia, John Sexton, or do you mean some other title? It's, not
It's
really super used to memory.
half kind. It's still weird for me to like keep track of the
Got it. 4 cities, though.
4 cities, almost a year underground, and not ever have been a particularly fast learner. The
You
prince's
eat batteries.
son.
You are a fast learner. You figured things out that's kind of not normal.
Well, that's like really nice of you to say. Thank you.
I mean, I suppose the more time you spend eating batteries, the less time you have to remember political details. I mean, it's
Very
like,
fair. Very fair.
I didn't
That's
get
quite
told
true.
much.
yeah, I mean,
Also true. All right.
well, Personally, if I received this in any other circumstances, I would assume it was a threat against my life and leave the city. But considering we're part of the Coterie now, I think this is an invitation.
Uh, a Candyland box with your photo on it?
Paranoid. The poor boy is a caitiff. You yourself have heard the horrible caitiff bowling tournaments that
Have
Cambria
you
State has done.
you have you all never heard of like Outcast Game Night? They play it in some cities. It's I mean they come up with these elaborate games just to certain scourges are very you know what? I've learned not to tell these stories. I've learned
No, you
Thanks. I
can tell
wanted to
these
see how far
stories.
you'd go. Thanks.
No, you can. Hey, look, you can tell me anything. Trust me. I've got stories of my own. You can tell
never
me
know
anything.
who's
Trust me.
listening.
Huh?
You never know
Oh.
who's listening.
The
Okay, well-
place that you have been directed to is a chemical factory in near Fishtown. Or it used to be a chemical factory. There was a leak several years ago or something, and now it's kind of defunct. But apparently not.
Hey,
Off we go.
it's a chemical factory. Hey, this is gonna be great. Wait. Hang on. I don't know what they have in stock. And she's gonna hobble back to her room and she's gonna take like a stockpile of nail polish remover that she has accumulated. She never paints her nails, never once, not in her life. And she's gonna pile it into her big purse and she's gonna hobble along.
Brilliant.
I don't have a car. Could I get a ride?
I'm happy to drive everyone if
Thank
they're
you.
I've after some consideration, while I am personally against it, I will let you know that while I would prefer you to turn off your electronic devices in my vehicles, I have come to understand that communication in the city still primarily takes place over technology. So if you wish to keep your phone on so that you can stay in contact and be traced by the powers that be, if you cannot beat them, as they say, let them beat you.
You can beat me. She puts her phone back in the bedroom. No, guileless.
All right, cool.
Completely guileless.
Just give me the Faraday bag already. Come on.
Charles will do all his necessary precautions if they are both willing to, and he will take them out to his car.
I don't know if
Still
there's
getting
like
his
a
phone back when he's
designated
leaving, but yeah.
place to the. I mean, I assume no one's going to break into the Haven. She still crams the phone under her mattress.
Oh.
You will note when Charles takes you out to the car that he has, since the last time, completely cleaned it, swapped the interior. You note that it looks the same, but he works so hard to keep it like absolutely conspicuous, like inconspicuously messy. Like it looks like it looks like him in a way, returned to the exact state it was in the moment that you last saw it. There is no change. There's nothing that stands out. They're the same. There are different half empty energy cans scattered about purposefully and intelligently to give the perception that he desires of just another vehicle on the road. The gas tank is perfectly filled. And he'll note, by the way, because we are coterie mates, if you ever are short on cash, I am by no means rich, but I always try and keep a couple 20s in the glove box. So if you ever have any random expenditures, just let me know. All right. I am paid a small but reasonable wage by my employers. So
I appreciate the sharing of resources.
That's really
He looks
sweet.
about the car. Is there any new tarp or anything down in a designated Collins seat yet?
There is, you will note, the actually that's a good note. The one thing that has been changed is he has stuffed a tarp in inconspicuously between like two of the back seats where it looks like he might have some camping gear scattered about in his like in the back of the car, like he's maybe like went for a weekend and didn't finish cleaning it up, and that should be everything Colin should need to put down a tarp or something if he's sitting there.
Yeah. And then he just pulls it across one of the seats and then sits in the back.
If anything does happen, I have the resources to fix the car. So if it happens, it happens. Don't be too worried about it. I get it. There are things about our condition we can't control.
He looks about
Uh,
the car and the fact that the half-drank monster bottles are in the same spots that they were. You ever heard of the people called Stasi?
Charles turns over his shoulder and he actually lets himself look curious. He sort of gestures if Colin wishes to continue.
There was a secret police once that one of the ways that they harmed people was they would go into somebody's house and they would replace all their furniture in the exact same spots with the exact same replicas, and they would mess them up in the same scratches, and it would cause the people that they were messing with psychological harm. Just food for thought as he looks about the place that is exactly meticulously the same as it was the last time, except for the one thing that he was in before. Just food for thought.
Charles smiles and says, "This is the one place I have in the world that doesn't cause me psychological harm. I do apologize if it does cause anyone else any."
No, no, that's one of the funniest things you've said to me because I understand it. Cheers.
Charles lifts one of the half empty energy drinks, rustles it, mimes taking a swig, very obviously mimes it. Like he's doing it for you all as a
For the
performance
show.
piece, and then puts it down again, turns on the car and says, "Darlene,
yeah.
CDs are in the glove box. Pick whatever you want."
Ooh. I think that so. Darlene's going to figure. Okay, CDs. I don't think that Taylor Swift has CDs. So she's going to rifle around for some Celine Dion or some Shania Twain.
There is a lot of Celine Dion.
Oh my God. Bless his soul. That's what she goes for.
There's Celine Dion, and then there's like a lot of early 2000s, 2010s pop.
Oh my gosh. This is so fun. And she'll pop a, like, she'll do a Celine Dion
There's also
thing in there.
actually, Colin, you have are you taking a glance over at the glove box or not?
He absolutely is. He's every time he's going somewhere,
I'm just
Charles
gonna
can
let you
tell
know
he's got
with your
routines.
investigation dots. He looks like he has quite the selection of CDs. You notice that there is a stack that looks like it's been untouched for a long time, and there's a couple Kids Bop CDs uh, that look like they've been sitting there untouched for a very long time.
Can he tell if there is space or should be space if things are moved around either underneath or behind those CDs?
There does not appear to be. They simply appear to be something they look like they're actually in a very inconvenient place where if he were to move them, he would have significantly more room. But it looks like for whatever reason he can't really bear to touch or get rid of them.
He files that one away. While filing that away and anything else he notices that is the same and that is different about the car, he does lean over and conversationally says to Dylan, "Hey, does he have toxic? It's the right year."
Ooh, let me see. She'll look.
Fourth CD down on the right.
My man.
Gosh, you're so organized.
Yes,
When
he
Roll
is.
it.
when you don't normally have someone doing the DJ work, you got to be able to feel them out by touch. Third track, let's get it.
Oh my gosh,
And
I'm honored.
Charles lets Toxic blast as he drives down the streets of Philly.
It's Brittany, bitch.
It is indeed Brittany, bitch.
Ah.
Oh, goodness. You guys. So, just jamming along in the car?
Uh-huh.
Oh, it wouldn't take very long. Although, there is sort of a bright blue kind of a van.
With my 0 dots in insight and my 0 dots in awareness,
Oh,
I'm going to
God.
let you two boys handle what's done with that information.
Would this van be behind us, in front of us, or already parked? Where is this
It's
van
already
situated to us?
parked where you're supposed to go.
And
The
it is a
van
van that I
features
recognize.
a
I take it.
brain. The van features a brain with a suited man kind of walking forward and a nude man looking out over the horizon.
Spray painted on the side.
Oh, yes. Would you
Wasn't
like
it a
to
different
roll?
graphic last time?
Would
It
you
was.
like to roll a wits and investigation?
I love that dice pull. Yes. I'm going to guess it's without my specialty, but yes.
Correct.
Yay, flex. Oh, yeah, I'll take it.
Yeah, so that guy who is standing in his birthday suit looking out over the van's horizon is Rowan. And the man in the suit is the prince.
And that's spray painted on the side.
Yes, it is. Along
Two of them
with
looking
the
at the sun.
apparently the name of the van, which is Vanispheres.
This is a different graphic and design than the last one he saw.
It would appear Rowan has at least a few of them.
Of course he does, because he has multiple babies to be protective of. Okay. Well, file that one away in another box for inside the box that is labeled Rowan Everly, and put some question marks all over that in little sticky notes. And they're not melting, they're not on fire, they're just looking at the sun.
Sort of. If you want to get a representation of what it looks like, you're going to want to look up the Rush album Hemispheres and look at the album cover for that. And then picture Vanispheres instead of Hemispheres written on the van,
Nice.
with John as the man in the suit and Rowan as the naked guy.
The beauty of art
He's
is in
going.
the eyes of the beholder.
What?
I'm rather partial to Pink Floyd's "Wish You Were Here," but if that works for them, sure.
Do you want me to put that on the CD next?
No.
So, Colin, there is one thing that you would notice with your investigative abilities. The other van that Rowan had was also a Rush album.
Filing that one away.
Well, I see how you're staring at that van, Colin. Should I park or should I
Park.
very...
It's one of
Oh.
Rowan's.
Oh, joyous joy. Charles will pull into a parking spot and turn off the key, get out of the car, and wait for the rest of the group to follow him.
Colin will get his devices back from where they are secured inside their secondary securing bags for Faraday bags. Excuse me.
Bless you.
And he
Darlene will
proceed
finally
from there.
take Darlene will finally take note of the van and laugh and be like, if patchouli was a picture, like if the smell of it was like a picture, this would be it. He's so funny. And she's out.
He definitely has a sense of humor. I can confirm that. A factual statement.
Charles locks the car, goes around to the back, and he is going to leave an offering under the back of the car of snacks for the rats. So hopefully they do not crawl inside of his van or his car again. And he'll see whether or not that works. But he leaves them a small offering of treats and stands up, dusts himself off, and goes to say, "Very well, I will follow your lead."
So, Mr. Everly, are you in the van or in the building or
Oh,
waiting by the door?
Rowan is currently inside the building. He is hard at work in the lab, as it were. So they would, as they enter the building, there is a long hallway, a long lighted hallway that would lead you to the main lab. And as you enter, you hear the sounds of Rush's 2112 overture playing throughout the space. And the first thing that you hear after recognizing that there is 70s rock playing over what looks to be a rather hastily constructed loudspeaker system is Rowan going, "No, Maurice, that's methylamine. I need dimethylamine, dimethylamine." As you look over to where the voice is coming from, you would see Rowan dressed in a set of coveralls, chemical gloves, and he's talking to a rat who is holding like a a steel contain like a steel chemical bottle in its paws, just looking at him like,
You know, given
for
what
it.
I've read, I still prefer it to homunculus.
Oh, mm, hi. And he pats himself before grabbing a very clunky looking remote control off of the counter beside him and clicking off the music. Uh, Sorry about that. I was
You can keep it playing. It's nice.
uh welcome. I was just taking care of a few things before everybody got here, and I must have lost track of time.
It's okay.
I think that's the first time I've seen you smile when you're not looking at Sifra. Interesting.
Thanks. I've been practicing.
That's funny as hell. Keep going, boss.
It's good to see you.
It's good to see you too. Um, Real quick, have you guys been keeping up on the news?
I have. I don't know about them.
No.
As abreast as I can be.
So, I'm sure you've heard about the sinkhole.
Would this be related to the message we got about business only traveling through the spider or the rat?
Yes.
Yeah.
So it was not a sinkhole. The Tremere Chantry was attacked.
Oh.
We are fairly certain that it was attacked by hunters.
The hunter that I have brought mention of and a few others, or different?
It would appear that there is a larger cell operating in the city.
More than one. Nice.
Sure. So, Dad's on a hunting trip, which is why
Oh.
everything needs to go through the rat or the spider.
Very hands-on of him.
Dad feels ways when the city is his.
I got
don't
that.
know if you know a lot about how his clan. They're almost as possessive as the dragons.
I implied the very first time I met him that he did not have control over his city. I have not done that since.
Yeah, that would have been that was a mistake. It's good you're still here though. So like
I appreciate it. Thank you.
clearly
Charles
you didn't mean it like that.
Charles hits Colin with the most genuine smile Colin has ever seen cross Charles's face. Like it's a full-on change from to.
I love you too, and that part of me, that's what I like about you. That honesty. And I get it. Your turn's coming too. Don't worry. I'll smile at you too. Yeah, no, it was a terrifying road. A little bit. Yeah, a lot of it. Yeah. Yeah. Haven't done that since. So a good lesson learned, I think.
Dad can get a little intense, especially when people touch his things.
Do we lose anyone?
Oh God, Cyrene. Oh God.
Cyrene and Hawk are okay. So is
What
Maddie,
is Hawk? Oh, good, Maddie.
member of the Ancilla Coterie, one of my dad's people. We're still missing one of the ghouls.
What?
Jerry's still not accounted for.
Well, you must be feeling.
Is he maybe in the?
Oh no, go ahead.
Is he in the rubble or?
We haven't found any bodies in the rubble yet. So that is a good and bad thing. Thankfully, none of the kind were harmed, which is a small
Good.
mercy.
Yeah. I am
But
thankful that that is the case. I am appreciative that whoever did the hit was precise with an explosive, a demolition, in fact. That is something to note.
How?
Yeah.
Yeah. What did they do to it? So if it wasn't a sinkhole, what did they?
it was a bomb.
Like a fiery or an impact or just?
We're not 100% sure yet, but it was likely military grade.
We've got a scientist and we've got me, if you want us to look at it.
That might be helpful. I'd have to reach out. I'd have to reach out to interim leadership, but it's
Interesting. Who's in charge when he's gone, since you mentioned that?
It's Seneschal.
Ugh. Ooh, okay. Is his wife with him? Where is she?
Mom is still safe here in the city and has
Okay.
been assisting La Renier in the day-to-day.
Sure. Colin's taking this in and doing math in his head and following along with his dots of politics as best he can. And is that normal in Camarilla cities that the Seneschal would normally do that?
Yes.
Okay. He'll take that in. All right.
That is one of the big functions out of character. That is one of the big functions of a seneschal is to should the prince become incapacitated or otherwise not be fit to rule, the seneschal would step in.
To check my understanding, however, it is not common for princes in Camarilla cities to go out and personally take care of business. Is that correct?
Correct. That
Yeah.
is also correct.
Look at
But
me following along.
you know John is kind of an intense guy.
A little intense. He's also heard some stories from Finnegan, and the one Samisi he's found tolerable so far. So, interesting. I
Well,
look forward to the situation being resolved.
if it can possibly help, I learned a couple of new things. You know, I'm at your disposal, and she will, you know, in the same style as the other parts of the portfolio, she will hand over the descriptions for the TLC formula and for the half living conductor. And they travel. So
He'll look over those and let out kind of a low, impressed whistle.
He looks at Darlene.
This
Not a
is-
fast learner, huh?
shh.
This is some really great work, Darlene.
Whatever I can do to
Think
help.
it'll-
I mean,
I think it
blood
will
doesn't
really
travel
help the
easy.
city.
So
This is true. But in the meantime, kind of help boost morale a bit, I can give you a tour of the place. I think Mom might be stopping by at some point.
Oh, good.
Likes to tinker around, helps her clear her head.
Everyone's a little crafty in this city.
Not everyone. But I have a couple of things that I've laid out specifically to over here. And he scuttles off to another workbench, one that's draped in a what looks to be like a canvas drop cloth.
Colin follows along. He looks around a bit uncomfortably because he is not used to this and he does not know what to be doing. After a moment, he would ask, should I be donning anything or like wearing PPE, like gloves or something?
Oh no, I'm not going to be doing any chemical work while you guys are here.
Cool.
I can get a anyway. And he pulls back the drop cloth, and you see several items set out on the table. One that looks like it is an orb with just a simple button at the top of it. It looks like it has 6 petals that may open up, may not. It's hard to say. This is actually originally courtesy of Primogen Strain, Mr. Crisp. He calls it the high explosive. Very good for incapacitating kine. Not so good for us. Turns out, THC, when you heat it gently and aerosolize it, is really, really good at, well, incapacitating a large group of kine. You want to be careful with this one, though, because we found out that the vapors are still highly flammable.
I understand it's more complex than that, but are you really telling me you made a weed bomb?
I think a fuel air vape, something like that.
It is more closer in association to a vaporizer, but the process is similar. Yeah.
Get lit, I guess.
The machinations of the undead continue to perplex and change me every night.
that is the nicest way to incapacitate kind that I think I've ever seen a kindred come up with. That's
You know,
really based.
honestly, Darlene,
Hmm?
I want to be cynical and coy, but I got to admit, I'm searching really deep inside of me for like something I can be cynical about, but the weed bomb has completely caught me off guard. I'm kind of okay
Oh.
with it, honestly.
It's
Most of the
very
time I have to
it's very
pretend.
humane.
No, I wish someone had
Don't
used a
worry.
weed bomb on me when I was alive.
I know, right?
Don't worry. There's plenty of time for cynicism later.
Thank you. For a minute there, I felt a little joy and whimsy in my heart. I really appreciate that, actually. All right, I'm back. Sorry, we could continue.
He points out another item that it looks like a pineapple grenade. Just a very basic pineapple grenade, but it is all silver. This is our prototype anti-Garu grenade.
I
It-
made one of those out of matchsticks. Well, maybe not the same mechanism as you used, but sorry.
Well, so it was actually based on a design that Dad got from his brother in Florida. Um, so it combines silver fragmentation with colloidal silver and very fine particulated silver in a.
That's my
Are you
grenade.
okay?
Yeah, I get kind of
No.
emotional. Oh my god. Was it Trevor Terry?
Yeah. He looks at the other two. Is she gonna be okay? Is she gonna be okay?
No,
I'm sorry.
continue.
Colin knows.
This, and he hoists up. Now, this one's not. It's just the casing, but this, and he hoists up what looks to be a large silver pig sculpture.
Colin
It's a
does
pig.
this, seeing it a third time because of Philly V3.
Now, like I said, it's just the casing, completely inert. But
Mhm.
this is it's a UV bomb.
Ooh.
You pull the tail, set it down, and it just walks. You can either set it for impact or time delayed, and once it has released its payload, it melts down and destroys itself, so we don't have to worry about any pesky evidence retrieval.
That's cool. Did you make
It's
that?
it's based off a design from the Second Inquisition, but we were again able to, with the help of some folks from outside of the city, get our hands on the original schematics, and I put a little bit of a flair on it.
It's great.
We're also working on something after the circus came to town.
There's a circus?
Sort of.
The Midnight Circus.
I've heard of that. Where have I heard of
Yeah.
that?
Me.
Oh, that circus. Okay.
Yeah, that one.
Oh, okay.
The Ancilla, they went attempted to parlay with the ringmaster, who
Ancilla diplomacy. How'd that go?
it went well enough, but
Oh.
it's part of the reason Sifra's not feeling up to being out and about.
What? I mean,
It
can I do anything to
turns-
help or?
Unless you're more versed in fake contracts than I am, no.
What?
It would seem that the Madame Lafayette is a permanent fixture in the circus now. She was who adopted Sifra before they came to Philly.
Ah. Yeah, I remember that one.
And they wanted to get her out?
No, not as such. There was, and the details are a little fuzzy because I'm not privy to everything, but um, there needed to be a change in management that the Ancilla had to negotiate because things were, well, Madame Lafayette is a very willful individual and may have seized control of the circus for a little bit. And, folks were not that keen on it.
Goodness, getting involved in the politics of the other supernaturals.
I don't, strictly speaking, understand what the problem is, but if you ever want to talk about it, I will think of any possible way I can to help.
And there is that practiced smile. It looks as though it has come from a textbook where you can see, especially Charles, you can see that he's like, okay, now corners, crinkle the eyes, like he's going through almost like a step-by-step tutorial of how to smile. And he gives a smile to Darlene. I appreciate that.
Well,
Colin looks at Darlene and does the same series of "Are you for real?" pity and a little bit of like guarded protectiveness before shutting that again. And it's the second time he's done that. So you
She
guys,
is absolutely for real. She is a simpleton.
well,
how are you
of
this
course.
smart? And you can see at least two people in this room can see how are you this smart while being this dumb.
Charles smiles and says, well, for one, thank you for the demonstration. These pieces of equipment are terrifying and continue to show why, of course, the powers that be remain the strength of the city. And secondly, I'm going to ask, you did invite us with a very unique means of invitation, and I just wanted to ask, was there something you required of the Meals on Wheels coterie tonight?
Rats begin streaming in from various background work that they have been doing.
Oh. And Darlene like reaches into her big purse for the pistachios, which aren't even in a bag. Like the pistachios are like loosely just scattered at the bottom with like her lip liner and, you know, flex or anything else. And she like holds them out.
Several of them take the food, and they look like almost hamster-ish as they try to eat it quickly, because the rats themselves are forming into rows as if they are soldiers waiting to be inspected.
Remy, we
Roasted.
have
I hope
to
you
cook.
guys don't mind.
Well, that would be the reason I've gathered you all here tonight. After all, your sponsor had some things that she wanted to go over with you.
And the door opens, and with hardly a sound, in walks the pastel colored lampshade that is the Keeper of Elysium and the Prince's wife.
Colin is going to bow and say, "Ma'am," and look at her and see how she's holding up, since her husband is off, probably killing somebody right now.
Darlene does her best curtsy, which is better than last week's curtsy.
Physical therapy.
Physical therapy.
Charles bows and says, Keeper of Elysium.
Oh, right. Titles. Um, would you like be at ease for a minute? He's the general, not me. Hell. And the rats just kind of scurry off to go do what they do, and some of them pick up more of the pistachios Darlene has dropped. Right. So, Rowan, bring y'all up to some level of speed.
I think so.
There's been a attack, and the prince is currently preoccupied, and there are some things you wish to go over with us, was the brief summary, I feel, of Rowan's excellent introduction to the situation. And Charles nods respectfully and appreciatively towards Rowan.
Colin looks at him like, not in front of her, man. And then just like looks back at Alicia as best he can.
Alicia just looks tired.
All right.
It can
Okay.
be hard to differentiate because she is an os. So, like,
She's also wearing a half face mask, right?
damn, that is ugly. Is kind of part of the deal. But this woman looks bone deep tired.
Alicia, are you okay?
Yeah, it's a lot of work when the big guy has decided to go on a hunting trip. So, I know that we hired you for one specific purpose. I was hoping, since we've watched y'all enough to see some of your other skill sets, that you might be willing to help me with another.
Charles is caught off guard by how quickly Darlene agrees, and there's a moment where Charles goes back through his Rolodex and goes,
Darlene was paid up front.
The oath I swore was one of mutual benefaction, and of course, you have shown yourself to be a generous sponsor. I would be open to hearing a proposal that goes beyond what might have been our initial agreement.
How about you, tall, dark, and spooky?
That is, thank you for the compliment. Uh, he wiggles his shoulders slightly and gives a lopsided, brief moment of awful fucking dentition before closing that side of his mouth again. Ma'am, you are well aware that leaving Philadelphia would have consequences for me. And besides, I kind of like you. Send it.
Charles before Alicia, Charles rubs his brow for a minute, and he's going to say, and Charles is smarter than the player. Can I get Alicia's name pronounced correctly? Because Charles has drilled this into his head, even if I, the player, am a little rougher at it.
Alicia, and
Alicia.
so it would be Alicia Estrafalaria Sexton.
Alicia. Oh boy. Apologies. The player is less eloquent than the character. Charles recites the name correctly, and says, "May I understand you are tired, and you understand the kind of person I am. Would you be at ease if I simply kept things short and simple for the sake of your sanity and mine?"
Ask any questions you got, but at least let me lay out
Excellent.
the situation first.
Yeah, no, I was simply going to say, because both of my Coterie mates have kept things simple, allow me to keep things simple as well. If I am paid, I am willing to expand the bargain. Sorry, please continue with the story. I suppose we're all just doing the one sentence, not playing the politics game.
Well, not currently. I never been too good at that part.
We'd lose.
That's more my husband's game than mine.
Right, well,
Well,
sorry, the situation.
Craig, y'all know exactly what Nosferatu said to be good at.
Being invisible, getting secrets.
There you go. Getting
yeah.
secrets, getting information. The Ancilla Coterie are the prince's hand-picked chosen folk. He has known at least half of them from at least one other city. And the other two, well, there's reasons His Grace has seen fit to trust them as much as folks he fought with in the last war. One of them ain't really got nowhere to go where they'd be welcome. And the other is looking for a bit of closeness with folks like him, which is rare in our world. This other'n be a cousin to your other shadow.
Oh, like a fairy?
Yeah.
Luke. And
Oh.
yeah, yes, Darlene, like a fairy.
What I'm asking you is to be... I handpicked the three of you for the skills I know you possess. I know Darlene can muddle alchemy out of thin air.
I don't.
You're a courier. You can drive. And from what I've seen, not many folks get past you.
I do, in fact, have such talents, yes.
And Colin there's an investigator who can essentially turn back time to get a look at a scene.
I didn't know you could do that. That's cool.
I need information. The Seneschal, for all that they are a threat, they are not Nosferatu. At least not fully. You're social. You can keep things close to the vest, and you can dig up information. The Ancilla are the prince's hand-picked coterie. I would like you to be mine.
You. That means a lot.
Primarily, it would involve each of you getting a bit of a court position.
Darling kind of like looks to Charles like
Charles looks
This-
viscerally uncomfortable for the first time as years of being a caitiff are like hanging over his head like a sword of Damocles, and he goes, "That is an offer. That position would come with our responsibilities, I imagine."
The responsibilities would be essentially what I have asked you to do, which is get information for me. This would simply make it easier for you to do it.
Darlene has a look on her face like she's just waiting for the last track to drop. Like,
Y'all are familiar enough with Camarilla courts that you know what a harpy is.
oh yeah.
Immensely so.
I believe that position's taken in this court, is it
That
not?
They're fun.
position is taken. The Chancellor Herald is a ventru by the name of Francis Dillon. I would like you three to serve as her talents.
Oh, how fun! Oh my gosh, are you serious? Oh my gosh, that's so fun.
Colin looks at Darlene after that and looks horrified and then does a 1,000-yard stare.
Charles is trying not to say, a suicide mission then, as he thinks for a minute and then goes, "You wish to place us in the court and you want information, tell me if I'm wrong then. You're asking us to gather information within the court or without the court?
Well, kind of both. I mean, I reckon I
Charming.
got all the information I could use inside the court, but, there are things individuals won't say to my pretty face.
That is very true.
In what ways is Miss Dillard involved, precisely?
Oh, Miss Dillard is very aware what I'm fixing to ask, and she did offer up the spots for information collectors.
And
Oh my
then
gosh.
she
I,
knows
I
it's
was like, did I so scared you were going to ask us to be like primogens or something? This sounds like such a fun job.
Colin shoots a glance to Charles and then looks back forward and he says,
Have
and Miss Dillard knows it's us three specifically.
have any of y'all actually met Mrs. Frances Dillard?
I
The
have not had the
second
pleasure.
night I was here. Yes, ma'am. You may recall, I believe there are some legal fees still owed that come up from time to time.
Oh, you did? Is she nice?
Uh, she's effective? She's certainly effective.
Oh, she is that.
She's also convincing.
She's very Midwestern.
Well, Midwestern people are usually
Like
pretty
what,
friendly.
Ohio?
So.
Or do you mean some other? And Colin brings it back in to the second dot of charisma that he now owns, and then goes, okay. Well, we're gonna shelve that one, Colin. And okay. What task does she need from us?
Oh, it would be the same. Reckon you collect information, pass it to Ms. Dillard. If you find something you feel like you should keep close to the vest and only tell me, then that's what you do.
So, if I may speak on this, we are being effectively given another one whom we would report directly to. They would have the power to order us as you do, or is our
Oh,
position...
absolutely not. Ms. Dillard is just a place reports go while the sheriff is out.
That was a
Interesting.
point of concern that has now been resolved. I was concerned that our responsibilities and the number of people we would have to juggle tasks between was being expanded. That's far more applicable.
No, that's the trade. See, she gets as much information as she needs to perform her role as the Chancellor Herald. You know, what any other city would call a hobby.
Right, you've officialized the position. It is my understanding that the Harpy is normally an unofficial position.
That is accurate. However, Madame Dillard can be a little bit, insistent.
You're telling me she would have become the Harpy had it not been an official position merely by the force of her personality.
Oh, absolutely.
That
You
tells me
know-
all I need to know.
You know how,
No, it doesn't. But continue.
you know how some folks, most of the folks from that particular branch of the family, the Ventrue type folk, they usually have control over some industry or another.
They do tend to be very industrial, yes.
If you listen to the radio a lot while you're driving, you may recognize Miss Dillard.
Does she have like a show or?
Yeah, Charles goes back through his Rolodex. He does spend quite a bit of time listening to the radio.
Oh, you would be well aware that, especially along the Midwest, like Amanda Dillard is the Midwest's answer to Alex Jones.
Yeah, there is a moment where you see Charles go like back through his memory, and he says, "Yes, I do remember back before my yes." Charming. I've actually heard several of her broadcasts. Is that a grift, or is she like that?
I can't rightly say.
That is fair.
It's a bit of a mixed bag, you see, because she strikes me as way too intelligent to actually believe half the things that come out her mouth.
Mm, quite well. Um, eh. He looks at Colin and says,
Colin is using I'm not even gonna let you finish, Chief. Colin is using every dot of his 2 charisma that he has just earned to shut the fuck up
he
with all
mouths
his might.
he mouths, "I'm so sorry," back to you, and turns back and goes, "Well, of course, I hope you understand that I know we're not normally creatures of politic, but I am going to say if this is going to be an amendment to our deal, I do think I would find it affable to specifically discuss our compensation for the nature of this arrangement."
Oh,
Uh,
absolutely. So, you're a caitiff. Have you been in very many Camarilla cities where you intended to stay a touch?
Never where I intended to stay, but you know as well as I do that's because that's not normally an option for us.
Right. So, you would be aware that individuals of indistinct bloodlines don't typically get status.
I am well aware, but I was assured at my entry to this city that such things are different here. And of course, this court position is very near and dear to my heart. I have already been promised safe residuals in the city, and what it seems to be that this court position is one where, well, we will still be answering directly to you. I'm
Hmm.
simply a little curious of what specific advantages this position will leverage into us if I am already have my base safety and residence in the city assured for.
Oh, you absolutely have your base safety and residence assured, as well as a minimal stipend and pretty much being at the front door of any food deliveries. But is that really enough? Is that enough for you?
Well, that is the question then, because it sounds like this position as a Talon of the. Sorry, the official title, I don't want to call it a harpy. Could I hear it one more time? I'm
The
terribly sorry.
Chancellor Herald.
The Talon of the Chancellor Herald puts us in a position where we are effectively eyes and ears for you and for her.
Hmm.
I'm just curious what advantages that would promote for us in the court, what avenues that would open up. There are many positions, such as, say, bully boys for the sheriff I know of in other cities, where that is as far as you get as a kindred once you get there. So I just want to make sure that this is an opportunity and not a slightly nicer pen.
Can I say something?
Oh,
Oh, no,
well, of
please.
course.
Darlene, go right
You
ahead. I've taken the air in the room.
No, not at all. You really haven't. Do you want us to step out, like, and give you some privacy? Because Charles, you may like I don't know what your motivators are. Like, I'm kind of simple, but it might be easier for you if you want to
Well,
like if it might be easier if you have like something you actually want to discuss with Alicia, but I understand if maybe you don't want to like a crowd around and maybe you guys would negotiate EDZ or if you had a little privacy.
I
Do you want me to step out and give y'all some space?
Charles actually looks like shocked, like Darlene just clocked him, like he thought that he just like had a massive tail. Darlene just hit the nail right on the head for what Charles was going for, and he straightens his back a little bit, and the mask slips over, and he goes, "Actually, um,
Rowan, show
Charles,
me. Show me if you
Charles,
have any hydrochloric acid? I want to see your hydrochloric acid.
Fuck.
Oh, we've
AJ.
got that.
Yeah, let's go see Colin.
she'd be really interested in the piranha solution. I think.
Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! I love to make my own. Sometimes I do like pumpkin spice flavor just to make it fun. Colin, come with me, please. Come
Colin
on.
goes for a drag.
And off they toddle.
Fuck,
second-
and it fades in the distance.
So
The
you
second
made-
everyone else leaves the room, Charles straightens his scarf and goes, "The position is a generous offer and one that I feel is sufficient for our coterie. However, what I require is, in order to, let us call it, a payment of goodwill for this additional stipend of our contract, is knowledge that you might be able to get access to that I don't."
That would absolutely depend on what it is.
There is a delivery I am expected to make at an indiscriminate amount of time, revolving around, let us call them, an extended piece of scripture of which I cannot decipher. I can provide photos of the scripture, and if you can even go as far as to point me where I need to go to learn more of what is in your capacity, even if all you can tell me is that you don't know anything at all, I will consider that sufficient compensation in order to invite me into this new position.
Scripture.
It could be scripture, it could be... Charles reaches into his courier bag and he pulls out, with a very white knuckle grip, what looks to be like a yellow envelope that he's like, right, the one where you wrap them with string to hide documents. He goes, "Here are some photos." Charles will pull his hands up and say, "I hate doing this." And he'll say, "I am revealing something. This is not anything unbecoming." And Charles will grab his turtleneck, pull it down, and reveal lines of text carved and burned into his flesh.
Oh, what are these lines of text?
Charles has no idea. They are written in something. Perhaps they appear at a glance to be hieroglyphic, one could even say. But as they spiral around him, he doesn't leave it open long enough that like you can really get a deep study before he tightens his turtleneck again and hands over the envelope and says, "Photos of myself. If you can tell me anything about it, I'll consider this additional arrangement to be paid up front. Along with, of course, what we've negotiated with everyone else."
And, of course, Alicia is just gonna take the pictures and open them, and she is turning them this way, that, and upside down.
Uh,
I know this. I know this. Who did this?
Charles inhales and says, "Well, a man has to keep his secrets. My sire, for what to me felt like forever, put me through quite the ritual to embed this into my undead flesh and sent me to run across the country as far as I could go until he called me back. Because whatever this is, he needed it. And for whatever reason, everywhere I go, there's a reason I don't stay in any city for very long beyond being Caitiff, so you can deliver the answers to me whenever you know for sure."
Do you like comic books?
That question catches Charles so off guard that he does a factory reset. You actually see the light like turn off behind his eyes and then turn back on as he goes, I've been known to dabble.
Well, sometimes I have a little bit of difficulty reading, so comic books help me out in that regard. So I guess I kind of need to know where you're at on the reading level thing.
I am a I am a high school graduate. I went to a trade school where I learned how to be a paramedic. I don't have a philosophy or an English degree. I speak English at a fluent American level. I can identify surface level themes in the Odyssey, but not anything deeper than that.
Uh, I'm a college graduate, and I couldn't tell you a freaking gerund from a proper noun. I'm not sure what all that means.
I I have no knowledge of the I was not taught the ways of the Tremere or the occult. I am aware whatever was done to me cannot be done naturally due to the nature of undead flesh resetting, so I imagine it is something more complex than a grocery list on me, especially because every Malkavian I have ever met pointed at me and started screaming things, some of which, certainly, I know are derogatory in more than one language.
Can you drag down that part of your shirt again?
Charles grabs it with both hands and just pulls it down. Uh, they are inky black, deeply carved, and they look incredibly painful.
Right. Right, so this is an older language, but due to the fact it's mostly in pictographs, I can pick out some of it, and I will tell you, uh, I had a very specific education when I was coming into my power. Do you happen to know what political affiliation your creator might have had?
Well, I can certainly tell you that he was of the affiliation where murdering kindred was entirely within his comfort level. He lived alone and thought that chaining up thin bloods was a fun and catchy weekend activity, which tells me he could be just about any political affiliation, really.
That's correct. Um, Look, so what you got on your collarbone there is a verse from a prophecy in a scripture. Yeah, I don't know, 75% of our kind or better don't believe actually exists. But we've got a couple of copies of it in the city library.
Huh.
As a matter of fact, here is a good point to redeem the prize that one of our viewers has gifted our cast this evening.
Woo! Meals on
One
Wheels
of
presents.
one of the a small group of rats come bounding up with what looked to be a comic book in a plastic, one of those plastic envelopes, uh, kind of riding on their back as they come running up.
Yeah, yeah. Uh, I wish y'all wouldn't do that. You're gonna make people think I control you telepathically.
Charles deposits, like a business transactions, a few pistachios for the rat's time.
And they gratefully accept them, kind of shrug the comic book off onto the floor, give a couple of squeaks, and then scurry deeper into the lab.
Right.
Goodness, this is quite the rare issue. Actually, I'm quite enjoying this one.
So, essentially, that little bit you've got on your collarbone there is part of a prophecy about the end of our kind.
Charming.
Right. It says, and she's just gonna reach out and sort of gently touch each little picture.
Absolutely. Uh, it when you press on them, the flesh squishes, but the letter seems to harden under the touch.
There will come a time when the curse of the one above will not be tolerated further, and the lineage of Cain will end. The blood of
Hmm.
Cain will be weak, and there will be no embrace possible for these childer. I imagine it continues.
Huh. Fascinating. I suppose that access to this fragment that you have in your library is not publicly available.
Oh, it's available to whoever wants it mostly. If you don't dig the comic book version, we got a couple of copies that are like a big, heavy tome ones, including a book of notes from the original collector of a lot of this. I had the good fortune of meeting a man and doing a little bit of a job for him.
Hmm. Well, then, I suppose I will have some studying to do. Ahem. I suppose I will consider this appropriate compensation, and I will join my companions wholeheartedly in passing across this information that I learn. Thank you.
Yeah, there's also like the status that comes with the position. Chancellor Harold is given access to many things that somebody outside the court would not have, and as essentially, at least publicly, her assistant, you would also have a good deal of that access.
For someone who claims not to be very good at politics, you quite know how to sweeten the drink with honey.
Oh, well, I'm good at that part. When you got a face like this, you gotta have other ways to cultivate charm.
Ah, well then, I should call in my compatriots before they think that I'm scheming behind their back. Heavens be.
What? A kindred? Scheming behind someone's back.
Goodness, the blood of Cain driving us to feast on the ones that we should be able to rely upon? Who say it
Yes.
isn't so?
Alas.
Hmm. Yeah, I can see why you are so well liked by the kindred population.
Oh, well, just keep in mind, pleasant doesn't always mean safe, darling.
Goodness, I'm glad to meet someone who agrees. Uh, Charles will turn and he'll raise his voice slightly and say, "Thank you all for giving us a moment of privacy."
I think that means we can join him.
Somewhere
Yeah.
off in Candyland, if I'm just going to presume at some point Darlene has gotten eyes on the serum somewhere.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
there's
And she's like fished one of the little bottles of like nail polish remover out of her purse, and she's like, "We could make so many impact bombs. Do you know we could make it? We can make an impact bomb."
he will point out the 55-gallon drums of acetone that he has on hand. Like this is
That's
a
pure stuff. Oh my god, that's not.
yeah,
Is
this
that
is
like that? That's like acetone, like not drugstore, like.
oh no. Dad's gotten his fingers in a lot of different pies, and we have access to a plethora of industrial grade solvents and various other
Oh,
chemicals.
Man does
Rowan,
like to make
it's
sure I've got
beautiful. Can
enrichment
I
in my
sniff it
enclosure.
just a little?
Or
It's probably best to just let her do her thing.
as he's cracking open one of the barrels, he's muttering, "This isn't even the weirdest thing I've done tonight."
Oh my god, I'm sorry. I'm gonna get a little emotional, guys.
That's probably the
Oh
fumes.
wow.
But yeah, Rowan has just got done giving you a tour of like the chemical stores that they have here in Candyland. If you
She's
can if you can think it, if you can purchase it, even if you require special licensure to possess it, it's here.
Charles will poke his head out of the door and look down at them all and say, he actually seems quite surprised you weren't standing outside the door trying to eavesdrop. Pleasantly surprised, honestly, by that fact.
Charles,
And
it's a 50-gallon bag of acetone. Come look.
Colin has gone for
I-
a drag.
No, you can smell it. It's the real deal stuff. It's not like nail polish remover you get at the grocery store.
I would love to, but I do believe that the Keeper of Elysium is a very, very busy woman, and we probably shouldn't keep her for any longer than we absolutely need to now that my business is concluded.
Right. Oh my gosh, he's so left-brained. All right. And Darlene will return.
Right. So I will be sending y'all on another errand, and Miss Darlene, when you can clear out a spot in your schedule,
Yeah.
I've got a cousin of yours that I would like to introduce you to by the name of Smiley Kent.
Oh.
She's
I don't,
another
a cousin
alchemist.
like
She's another alchemist, like yourself.
oh. Yeah, I'd love to meet him.
Do you remember way back down south that particular problem we were dealing with that folks was trying to get presumably your help with?
How could I forget?
That little magical potion?
Oh, yeah.
Well, it seems Ms. Kent has evaluated the recipe for that one, the formula, and found that it is missing a piece.
Yeah, it was the best I could do, and well, and it was I'm sure that they it was the circulatory system's work. I'm sure that they didn't really want it to be a long-term cure. Better to keep to
Well,
being feminine, but she must have a big brain on her. That's cool.
there's some testing to be done to verify that. I figured that might be right up your alley.
Yeah, 100%. I'd love to meet her. She sounds smart.
She's a doula, midwife, something like that.
Oh, neat.
Anyway,
So so she's like whisperer. That's funny.
so here, it's an office inside of Elysium. You can't miss it. It's the one with the giant navy blue rug outside.
Okay, I'll make sure to wear something nice. Oh, also, I gave these to Rowan, and she'll pass the pictographs of the two new alchemies.
Oh, what? Doesn't that beat all?
I know, right? Like, it works. It works. It's probably not the tastiest thing in the world, but like, it's good. You can transport it just fine.
I mean, we feeding them dead people, so I don't reckon anything tastes much worse than that.
Maybe it'll help for the supply with the conflict y'all got going on.
Would you look? And it just kind of. Would you look at that? And anyway, Ms. Dillard's waiting for you. It's
Oh,
hopefully
okay.
a bog standard introduction.
That sounds great. I can't wait to meet her.
Oh heavens, you say that now.
I'm an extrovert.
So
Before-
is
Raises his
she.
hand.
Please call and ask what I would otherwise probably ask.
No, I'm not touching that with a 5-foot pole. Please erase my debt with her. you already have leverage on me. It's just another thing that I don't need. And
So, the problem with that is those kind of
God damn it.
debts. She has control of those kind of debts.
Ooh, you got in boon debt, my friend?
So, the best kind of way to get that particular kind of debt, I guess, relieved would be to bring Ms. Dillard something she can use.
I did a
What does she
job for
need?
the Seneschal that erased that debt, supposedly. Then I was informed that I still owed $30,000.
Oh, that was for repairs and junk and bribes, wasn't it?
Most likely. So the
And we.
boon, to my perspective, felt like it wasn't fully resolved by that mission. I'd like it to be fully resolved.
Oh, you just need money.
If I understand correctly, yes. 30,000.
Oh, I just gotta give Francis access to the black card for a couple of nights. I reckon we can get that taken care of.
Swell. The only other thing would be that I have inquired with Mr. Everly medical training. Supervise.
Well, I can help you with that. Well, from my knowledge, you know.
Well, I reckon a couple of your Coterie mates could probably help you out there. If you need more than they know, we got a couple of doctors on our end here in the city.
If they have free time, I would take that. If not, I have mentioned it to Mr. Everly. Other than that, that's what I'm asking.
I mean, we have Mix LeClaire, who is a clinician,
Delightful human being as
and
well.
she's a clinician.
Interesting. I thought she was just a side D. All right.
I've got a background in medical. Goofball, I'd be happy to teach you what I know.
Thank you, Darlene.
Dr. Boone might be available at some point.
If they are, I haven't heard much about. Oh, I thought you were talking about Miss Abarca for a second. If he is in the mood to associate with me, certainly he is unique.
Dr. Beck might be another one, or the provided you are not one of those types of individuals who tends to look down on folks because they ain't like blood.
He looks at
Colin, are you one of those guys?
Alicia from both literally and metaphorically the low ground of morality and height, and goes, "No, ma'am. No, I am not."
Smiley Kent and Hale, what is that surgeon's name? Drake, I think. Dr.
Goodness.
Drake.
So many medical professionals in our community.
Whoever can be
It's-
arranged
yeah.
night to night to assist in my knowledge.
Turns
kinda how
out
to
it's
get
a lot easier to get access to your alchemy supplies if you have a medical background.
Makes sense. Also, a lot of hospitals in Philadelphia and the greater metropolitan area of 5.4 million people.
If you're
A lot
going
of hospitals.
to go like talk to the doctors, if it's possible, I'd like to go with you because I need to talk to the doctors anyway about like an unrelated thing.
And with that, you will be kind of shoo, 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 shoo.
Oh, okay. Gotta go.
Cool. Agreements have been made. Colin goes.
So,
He looks at Charles. Don't offend her. Good
We are-
luck.
we are going
I
to
know
take...
who she is.
Yeah, we are going to take our required union break.
Woo!
So I'll see you guys in about 10 minutes, and then we can meet our Chancellor Harold Francis
Fun with accents.
Amanda
Yay!
Dillard.
That's so exciting. All right, I'll see you guys in 10.
Go get yourself some water, snackies, etc. We'll see you back here in 10.
All right, rock on.
Welcome back to more of the Meals on Wheels Coterie here on Philly by Night. So, to do a real brief recap of the last 2 hours, there were some heartwarming and honest and quite distinctly terrible moments between all the members of our coterie today, as well as a chance to be shown around a chemical factory that Rowan Everly calls Candyland, and certain offers made, which include going to meet someone that two of you have never met in person before. So tell me, Coterie, how we feeling?
The player is thrilled.
Great.
Colin is less so.
I'm feeling great. This
I look
this is
forward to
like
seeing
you
how you're
just
gonna
gave
meet on
Darlene
me.
tickets to Six Flags. She is
Would that be Candyland or being a Talon?
both. But it's like a Universal Studios Disney World like combo pass.
While we're in the
Especially
car,
for an
Colin is
extrovert.
going to pointedly
Oh,
say to
yeah.
Charles. While we're in the car, Colin is going to pointedly say to Charles, Charles, I'm gonna need you to explain to Darlene as Charles as you can boons and the danger of giving them to certain people.
Is
Thoroughly.
Darlene in the car when you're having this conversation?
I imagine we all get in at the same time, unless Colin tries to pull Charles aside
No,
beforehand.
no, Colin's not even gonna. He trusts Charles to do this, and he assumes that Darlene's in there with them. He's perfectly fine with just saying this just in front of her.
Right. Charles turns to Darlene and says,
Literally, hear you. I'm literally right here.
I
Darlene,
know.
have you
My
already
handler
just-
already had this whole conversation with me. It was honestly traumatic. I know.
Excellent.
I'm not
Perfect.
gonna
Then
like dig up any boons.
I had every confidence that you already knew what you were talking about, but I
Thank
understand that
you.
Colin simply wanted to make sure, as he knew that your knowledge was a little spotty, that
Thank
this
you.
hadn't been an oversight. It wasn't a matter of disrespect. Colin was looking out for your self-interest.
Thank you for looking up for me, Colin. I appreciate you very much.
Colin is embracing the suck at the moment, and he just closes his eyes and lets the waves wash over him.
Yep. Charles nods his head and goes, so, just so you know, as he turns on and he begins driving, he is not going to delay this meeting. He's going to say, Darlene, this individual, at least their mortal, or should I say their public guise to the world, how familiar are you with right-wing grifting?
I grew up in East Texas, Gun Barrel City, population 6,000 about these days.
Lovely. Then, unfortunately, the individual that we will be Talons under is, well, that.
It's okay. It's okay. I used to listen to Uncle Cooter Francis go on and on about how the birth control pills and the water supply were making the frogs gay, and they were going to make us all gay too.
Charmed and lovely.
I wasn't allowed to wear pants until I was like 15.
Very well, then, if you're already well prepared, then I will simply say, Colin, you've had interactions with this individual before. Do you have any specific pieces of advice for things we should avoid, or is it more of a general be on our best behavior?
Be on your best behavior, probably don't rise to any bait, and she can get intense.
Excellent.
Also, she's snarky. Prepare to be made aware repeatedly if you fuck up.
Deference, then, is the name of the game?
Yeah. Yeah.
Very well, then.
I'll be practicing
will-
shutting the fuck up, probably.
A word of advice, if she is what I think she is, she will become immediately aware of that and push you to speak more. And if she is as snarky as I think, I can't speak for you. If you would like my advice, respond to as much as you can get away with. Make a purposeful small fuck up that you can deal with and that you're not going to be sensitive about. If she's looking for a target, present one that isn't lethal if she hits it. That will satisfy her and make sure that she doesn't drive you off the handle.
Fair. As you seem to have already guessed, I just want to put it bluntly, be prepared for her being smarter than you think for what should be somebody who manipulates other people.
I
And
assume
and
everybody is smarter than I think.
that's another thing we're gonna have to get into later, but
Okay.
not right now. Not with her.
She plays with
Hey.
her food. She's a vampire. All expected.
Hey, do you
She
guys
would fit
know-
in well elsewhere, Charles.
Sorry. Go right ahead, Darlene.
No, but like since we're like gonna do like espionage and information gathering, I was gonna ask, do you guys know Morse code or like not know it, but like know about it?
Uh-huh.
I am aware of the concept of Morse code. Yes, I have never worked on a ship before.
Okay, it might not be a bad idea for us to just like get a precursor on it if we all learned it together, so that if we're in a situation we need to communicate with each other. Because I don't have like psychic friends powers. I'm sorry. But if we're in a situation where we're all in a room or we have like line of sight with each other and we need to communicate with each other, but we need to be like low key about it. If we did that, like it, probably wouldn't be as obvious as like me mouthing something to you or making like a head gesture.
How freaked out would either of you
I'm
be
just
if you
spitballing
heard
here.
my voice in your head?
Huh?
How freaked out would you two be if you heard my voice in your head?
Well, if you're warning me in advance, not very.
Cool.
And now that
You?
you've mentioned it,
This is why I'm asking. I'm trying to bear in mind your consent and not piss you off more than we have to.
I am
Oh
glad
my
you have
God.
mentioned. I'm glad you have mentioned it. My mind is a little hard to breach, I have been told. So I will do my best to let you in if I feel you knocking.
I apologize if I feel gross.
I'm thinking of a color. I'm thinking of a color. Guess the color I'm thinking of.
I'm not reading your mind.
Oh, come
Not right
on.
now. Pink, he guesses.
How did you know? Oh my God, you are good.
I'm
How
so
long have you been
good.
doing this?
I'm so good, Darlene.
It was pink. It was pink.
Really,
Charles, it was pink.
really skilled.
Oh my God, that's amazing.
I am so glad, Charles says with the same flatness he always does. I am so glad, Colin, that you were able to demonstrate your powers, and I'm sure you're aware we should not call upon the powers of the blood lest we get hungrier unnecessarily. And I'm sure Darlene understands that that's not a trick he should pull very often.
Totally.
Lest I want to deal with new upholstery.
Oh yeah,
Thank
totally.
you.
Sorry. I am working on a device for that also, by the way.
For my upholstery or the melting?
Well, they kind of go hand in hand.
I'm
Touche.
happy you're keeping busy, and I am thankful, he says, trying to piggybacking off of my last. Going off of what he just said, I am grateful you're thinking of my well-being, and I appreciate you, Darlene.
Oh, I appreciate you guys too.
May I say, Colin, that you have been distinctly more respectful this night, and I mean that with all compliments.
Thank you. I've been practicing lying, mimicking you.
Oh. I'm charmed. For your sake and mine, let's hope the student doesn't become the master.
Yeah, something very wrong would be happening if that's the case.
Yeah.
Who's ready
If
to
you like-
fury frenzy, kids?
Trust me. Well, prepare for the worst, keep for the best. If I may offer one final piece of advice,
Yes, please.
leaving the room is always an option. It doesn't look good socially, but it is always a better option than losing your cool.
He doesn't say anything, but he nods his head. He's mulling that one over, so it has been mentioned at least.
They say they might label you a coward, but it is better a coward than a frothing monster who owes several boons for people needing to clean them up. Now, anyway, we're here. So,
Fuck.
Hey, one last thing, guys. Okay, Mrs. Well, Miss Dillard. She's a Ventru, and she's Camarilla. And Camarilla Ventru, there's a certain way they like, they feel like, I don't know, enriched in the spirit by certain things. My self-esteem is fine. I'm just gonna warn you in advance. I might talk to her a little different than I talk to you guys. My self-esteem is fine.
Do what you have to get through.
Yes.
Charles steps out of the vehicle.
Darlene follows.
Colin gets his phones back.
Yep, Charles makes sure everyone gets their equipment back. And Charles would like to check the trunk for in his many different pieces of clothes and apparel he has. He finds a American flag pin. He finds a few tiny little bits of patriotic accessories he can quickly add on to his apparel. Not much, just a little something to just look a little more proudly American.
You know what? I'm not even gonna make you roll for it. It's in there. The patriotic bits of flair is in there.
He's had to be a courier across America. There are just certain places where it's very important that you can just look so American when you're through them.
Ain't that the truth, buddy?
patriotic.
Ain't that the truth?
It's the Elysium grounds, and there appears to be a doorman outside.
I mean, if no one else leads the way, Darlene will lead the way.
The gentleman that greets you just inside the doors of the art museum looks like he would be more at home in a barracks than in an art museum. In one hand, he has a one of those old school wands that they use for screenings, a little metal detector wand. He's got a few tubs sitting next to him. He says very flatly, "Weapons?"
Charles
None that I
hands
know of.
over.
Thank you.
Charles hands over a taser.
He looks at it for a moment, chuckles. "Keep it."
Much appreciated. And he tucks it back in his courier bag.
Colin hands over the knives and the appendix holster can unclip from the belt just as a whole.
And you get what looks like almost like a coat check ticket that lists,
Receipt.
yeah, just what it lists what you're checking, and afterwards he just runs the wand over everybody real quick.
When he wands me, does anything happen when he goes over my earpiece with a certain somebody inside of it?
He doesn't go up your head. He just goes across the shoulders.
Interesting. Okay.
He's not looking for like listening devices or like earpieces, stuff like that. He's looking for weapons.
Yep. Just an old earbud.
Yeah. He doesn't even look like, if he did notice it, he doesn't even look like he would care. He barely batted an eyelash at a taser.
Fair.
So once you're all cleared, he waves you through and asks you if you know where it is that you're going.
No, I only saw her in the street.
I understand it's an office with a navy blue rug outside of it.
Chancellor Harold.
Yes, that's the one.
He points to the grand staircase that dominates the central hall. He gives you complete directions to the office. Can't miss it. And he returns to his post.
Thank you very much for your assistance.
As you pass him by, anyone who would like to can give me a wits and awareness.
Absolutely not. Have fun, guys.
Absolutely. By the by, is this the person who was in the ballistic mask that I saw the first time I came here?
No, it is not.
Okay, good to know. Wits awareness.
Yep. Two is good. Two is good. Did you want to
Also-
spend willpower?
Not yet. I got a feeling
You
I'm
know
going to
what?
need it.
I'll spend a point of willpower. 3 successes.
Three is better. Mr. Pacifico, as you pass the gentleman, you notice 2 big things. The first big thing is the very subtle ranger tab on his shoulder. It is almost, it is fairly easy to overlook as it is the same color as his uniform. Though it's not in any standard military camouflage, it is just the black BDUs. So you would see the standard military insignias that would denote him as a either active or recently retired member of the armed services. But that is not the thing that draws your eye the most. Colin, you would also see the tabs and the insignias and what have you.
Out of curiosity, and I don't know if Colin would know this, does he also have the scroll?
He does.
Horrifying. Good to know.
But Charles, the thing that draws your eye the most is just behind his ear. You would see what looks like a stylized bull's head with a crossed sword and scepter imposed over the top of it.
As Charles passes him, he does slow down as he notices this, and he is going to turn and say, "Thank you for your service."
Still weird getting thanked for a job.
Well, you know how he's breathing. I assumed he's breathing.
He is breathing.
Yeah. Charles goes and goes, "Well, you know how the blooded are with titles and things."
He just offers a curt nod.
He looks back and forth and says, "Are you here often?"
Took over this post after the last guy left. Likely going to be here a while.
Well, I'm sure we'll see each other. Do you have a name?
He turns and squares his shoulders and points to where a name tape should be, but it's not there. And he just kind of looks down and is like, right. And he straightens himself up. You can call me Bill.
Name's Charles, Bill. Very nice to meet you. And he'll offer him his hand.
You can tell this man is still unaccustomed to shaking hands. Like, you see his hand raise up to about his shoulder before he's like, right, handshake, and reaches out and very stiffly shakes your hand.
Charles beats his stiffness with his own. There is not an ounce of malice or anything that you normally associate with Charles in his expression as he shakes his hand and goes, "Thank you, Bill. I really appreciate it. Sure, we'll talk later. Good luck with the job."
And he again offers a polite but very curt nod and returns to his post. If you would like to give me an occult check on that tattoo, you're more than welcome to.
Boy, an into-cult?
Into cult.
Charles has no dots in occult.
Well, then, if you have no dots in occult, I wouldn't bother rolling it out.
Absolutely. So with a whole passive 1 and no dots in occult, Charles goes, "That tattoo's a little freaky."
Yeah, there is something about that tattoo that, like, you would know as a kindred who has spent time moving through various domains, you would know what the Ventru clan symbol looks like.
Yes.
Like, you're fairly well versed in the basic iconography of the clans. But that bull's head, that's something different. You don't see that every day.
No, Charles is not familiar with that iconography. A quick question. It is a tattoo and not a brand, correct?
It is, in fact, a tattoo.
Perfect. Charles files that away, and as he continues past, he looks back at the group and says, "Terribly sorry for delaying us for a moment. I
You're okay.
always like saying hello."
So, heading
Darn-
upstairs.
Yeah. Darlene walks close enough to Charles to potentially hold his hand, but doesn't actually like grab his hand.
Colin's keeping an eye out. He watched that. He didn't say anything, and he's just watching people.
Soon enough, you are in front of the office with an absolutely, clearly expensive navy blue and gold rug on the floor.
Darlene knocks politely.
Oh. Oh no. Are they here already? Hey! Are you the Talons?
Yes, potentially, if you allow it.
Oh yeah, sure, alright. Come on in.
Thank you. And she turns her eyes to the testosterone and kind of gestures to the door handle. Both of them.
Colin opens
Charles.
the door and is the first through.
Yep. Charles, as Colin is the first through, Charles holds the door open for Darlene.
Thank you so much, guys. And she'll go on in.
Okay. So I've seen one of ya before. I don't know the other two of ya though.
My name is Darlene Lewis. It's such a pleasure to meet you.
A pleasure, yeah. How about you?
Charles Pacifico, courier for the Midnight Express and member of the Meals on Wheels Coterie here in Philadelphia. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, and can I say, your radio show got me through many long roads. Thank you for your inspiring work.
Oh, that madness just works long enough to keep you awake. I don't mind them, and she points to two blonde women that are in either corner of the room. That one's left, and this one's right.
A pleasure to meet you. Left, right.
It's nice to meet you both. I'm Darlene.
Do they appear to be breathing?
Yep. They are definitely breathing. They also have very notable Ventru clan symbols tattooed behind their ears, and they appear to be a set of twins. If you would like to see the face claims for both Ms. Dillard and Left and Right, check the SPC outfits.
Not necessarily anything I would roll for, but just as a vibe check. This feels like a bit of a strange thing to ask, but is there still light behind the eyes? Do
No,
these
it's
people
not.
look? Yeah, I figured as much, but
They just look bored.
all right, excellent. Charles looks left, looks right, looks back center, and smiles. Right, well, we of course came to make formal introductions now that the deal has been set in stone, and of course, we heard that there was a request to be made.
Oh yeah, I've been led to understand that at least two of you are pretty sociable.
Oh, I'm a total people person.
I am capable of holding a conversation.
That is apparent, and that when they are not trying to make a pointless stand, you're pretty good at gathering information. Did I get that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, the princess has her ways of doing what it is she needs to do, and with no shade on her work whatsoever, she does seem to have a keen eye for talent. That being said, whether introverted or extroverted, I think you all need to go ahead and get ready to be a whole lot more social.
Music to my ears.
Colin smiles.
Charles nods his head and says, with new responsibility requires new expectations.
Oh, yeah.
We'll let our actions speak for us.
Oh, absolutely. I expect you lot to be able to run around and pretty much make a time of day with any one of the other coteries in the city.
Excellent.
That sounds great.
Doable.
I mean, you all have sort of advantage anyway in that regard, right? Since you make all their food.
Definitely. People don't like to look gift horses in the mouth.
And it just makes sense that you would be able to mark down the boons that are supposed to be paid to you folk.
Oh, absolutely.
And she's just gonna like push 3 different ledger books that are small enough to fit in a front shirt pocket.
Charles walks up as he's the closest and takes them and distributes them to Colin and Darlene.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So you got some of that abrasion figured out then.
Abrasion?
Oh, he's got a reputation that precedes him.
Oh, Colin?
Oh,
Yes,
yeah,
ma'am.
sure. Comes off as a bit abrasive. On occasion.
Sometimes, ma'am. I've been working on it.
He's got a heart of
good.
gold underneath all of it. Said with genuine.
Well, he does spend an awful lot of time around that dragonfly.
She'd be a good influence on anybody, I think.
I don't think I've ever met a more happy individual.
Me neither.
It's unnerving. So,
Certainly, it's very unlike most kindred.
oh well, she's got that little bit of weirdness in there.
Hmm, indeed. Bloodline, quite unlike most. I imagine it must be quite difficult for you to have to deal with all these strange expectations that come of that. The boons that must be recorded around her are unusual.
No, not so much. Does a good job of making sure she's not making any fey bargains.
Hmm, I see. And that's a concern that was brought to your attention, or?
Oh, yeah, 'cause if she's making that kind of deal, then who is it that collects?
Ah, I see.
Is it us or is it the other side?
Goodness, they've given you quite the job to do, haven't they?
Oh, yeah, sure. There's not much to it, though. Especially if you folks are gonna start marking down the boons that you are getting paid.
Delegation is the truest sign of mastery.
So, I'm gonna give you a quick rundown of the other coteries we got in the city right now. Maybe a little bit of the politics going on behind the scenes. And that will give you all a place to start, yeah?
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Charles takes out a secondary notebook, opens it up, and says, "Please, feel free."
Okay, so first you got the Ancilla coterie. Those are the prince's hand-picked folks. They got a couple of Tremere in there. One of them is a lovely woman, even if a lovely person, even if they put folks off a tad. Psychiatry does that to folk.
Hmm.
The other Tremere fella is I don't know. I imagine if we didn't already have a librarian in this city, that's probably where he would be the most comfortable. You catch my meaning?
Hmm.
They got a couple of La Sombra also. One of them's real young. Real young. Just
Hmm.
got made a deputy, too.
A young Ancilla, goodness.
Good for her.
Well, some of the rules that usually apply don't really apply much to the city. I mean, after all, we did just get done fighting a war.
Beggars and choosers, as they say.
The other one works on cars, so if you ever find you got some difficulty there, just look for the big bad biker dude.
Hmm.
That's good to know.
Oh, yeah. Man's name is Dante something. Something French.
Dante something French.
Oh, yeah.
Excellent. Thank you. This is exceptional information.
Then there's, you guys work with Sifra, right? The Fae?
Yes.
Right. She's got a cousin in the Ancilla Coterie. Same bloodline. Well, similar bloodline. I'm really not entirely sure how that works.
Hmm. I see. I can understand then why they are the princes chosen. There's quite a few of them, it sounds like.
Well, there's one more. He's what you would call a short king. Got a dog you could
Charles
practically ride on.
Charles uses every point of willpower he possesses to not turn and look at Colin. He keeps his eyes forward.
Red hair, like fire on his head. Man's name is Finnegan. Finnegan O something.
Finnegan O'Madra.
Oh, you've met him.
Yes, ma'am.
He is an experience, isn't he?
Yes, ma'am.
Mostly we call him the Mad Irishman.
Aren't they all?
And I think that's it for the Ancilla folk. Then we got the neonates. They were in official coterie, and then, well, we'll just say mistakes were made, and they've got some working up to do if they want to stand as an official coterie again.
Such is the whims of politics. I imagine you'll be quite busy if they decide, or I guess it'll be us now quite busy if they decide to make good on those mistakes.
Oh, part of there's not a whole lot. They got a Toreador runs a flower shop or something.
A rose
How
is spelled
charming.
with roses.
They've got a, I know.
I think it's cute though. I do.
Sorry, I have to get back into the correct accent for a minute. Oh yeah, sure, you betcha. Oh yes, I know. Groundbreaking.
I'm sure they're lovely.
I think I killed Einar.
As Darlene
I love this for both of you.
as Darlene takes this moment to distract the fancy titled harpy, Charles is going to do a quick vibe check on Colin. He's just going to like glance over and check if on a scale of like Charles needs to intervene to Colin is actually doing a pretty good job holding together. Where is Colin right now?
Colin has watched her call Finnegan Short King, also the Mad Irishman. Colin has watched her call Cyrene, somebody who makes people uncomfortable, one of the two nicest people in the city that he knows. Colin has watched her. I've been keeping track. Colin's watched her needle and mention so subtly how Seifra, who he damn near was threatening to kill you and eat you over, even though that's you don't know it, but he
That was
would
the past.
very much not like to do that. Calling her in an oh so polite way, incompetent, making deals with Faye, and what else? She said that I feel like she implied that she was weak.
I would
being,
like to clarify, just in
Mhm.
case this is I said something funny because I was struggling to stay in accent.
Oh, fair.
She said Seifra has been doing a good job of not making binding deals.
I couldn't tell if that was sarcastic or not, so fair enough. At least that's something. I feel like she said something earlier about Seifra, but he has,
They called her the Mantis.
and that's kind of he saw her over top of Rowan when things were bad. So that wouldn't be one of the things he'd be upsetty spaghetti about her about.
Right.
Okay.
And then who else? The small like pointless stands. And Charles gets the feeling. Yeah, you've thrown your insight in front of me. Charles probably can tell that Colin has worked with Dillards before, and has. No, he's mentioned he's done cover-ups. He's mentioned he has covered up people doing things and been that sort of person who was a hit piece reporter who would discredit and slander people who attacked the Dillards of the world. He was a reporter for hire. So he's got mixed feelings, and he is shutting the fuck up with every ounce of his body. He has not yet done the make an accidental intentional oopsie. He's just doing his best to not rise to stuff.
Perfect. If Colin's body language changes significantly, Charles is keeping an eye on that, so he might be able to intervene before something snaps. So he is now keeping at least a corner of his eye on that.
Halfway through, when she was complimenting 0.5, I guess, how Colin has improved oh so much, he did start smiling at her, and it was interesting. He started to take his lips off his teeth and then quickly shut them again.
Perfect. Charles is watching for if he sees those lips splitting. That's going to be his cue. Right, sorry. My apologies. The neonates. The Rose who sells roses, and...
Oh, yeah, she's found herself in a bit of trouble.
What a shame.
Apparently, she just kind of up and decided to leave the city, telling no one. We eventually got her back. Then there's Thomas. I don't remember which one is his last name.
Here's, ma'am.
He is a Ventru, cut in the same cloth as our prince. Then we got Dr. Boone. I suppose technically he would be Dr. Ripley.
Dr. Ripley. Lovely.
He is, well, how well do you know about the Malkavians?
Oh, I've met a few of them in my time.
Oh, thank heaven. You'll be prepared then.
Excellent.
And the last one is a dragon. Out
Oh,
and open.
goodness. I've not had the opportunity to meet many of their bloodline.
I didn't know they had them in the Camarilla, honestly. It's
Oh,
kind of surprising.
generally no, but we are a little bit lax about some of that here.
That's true.
You know, the dedication to the dream. And then there's, well, the prince's wife has a bit of a queer religious orientation.
Oh, I didn't know.
Oh, yeah. Calls
Truly,
it kindred complementarianism.
kindred complementarianism. She's not mentioned that. You sound quite knowledgeable on it. Is there anything you wish to share?
Oh, she thinks that the point that we were created differently in different families with different skill sets means that we would be stronger together than apart. She could go into an entire sermon about it.
Interesting.
I look forward to it.
Well, I was going to say that sounds quite different. I don't suppose you share the same philosophy.
Oh, there are times a pack mentality can make us stronger. That is true. I just don't think we are quite at the level of our society where we're going to go up and above and beyond mending certain fences with certain clans. At least not yet.
I couldn't agree with you more. But I suppose that's why she has elected you to such a important position. She values your insights.
Oh, and the prince does too. Plus, he knew putting me in any kind of position of power would piss off the higher ups on our family line.
I stay in a petty prince.
I do have a question, ma'am, about the neonate coterie.
Oh, yeah.
Is Oscar Sullivan still a member? They
Oh,
were
yeah,
not
the
mentioned.
La Sombra feller.
Okay. They are still present?
And alive, so far as I know.
Good
Well,
to
as
know.
alive as we get.
Charles chuckles to himself. and goes, "Ah, it's funny. Such a turn of phrase never ever leaves our vocabulary, does it?"
Oh, old habits die hard, especially for those of us that have to be able to blend.
I could not agree more. Oh, well,
Right. So, they're apparently looking into criminal things. So, might be able to, if you happen to need a lowlife to talk at, they'd probably be willing to find it for you.
lovely.
Oh, yeah. Oh, and then there's the babies, the fledgling coterie.
Aw.
They got a Tremere, a baby, and they got a couple of Ventru, but neither one of them is the same as the man of too many last names.
Quite.
Uh, and then they got a gangrel, I think. I don't know. I've never met too many gangrel that carry around a squirrel with them. I thought that was more the Nosferatu thing. Vermin.
Variety's the spice of life.
Would that Tremere, ma'am, be named Maddie?
Oh yeah, a Madeline.
Madeline. Okay. Would that gangrel be named? And he would say the Cal.
Cal. Calvin.
There we go. All right.
And
I don't believe I've met the other two Venture. Do you happen to know their names?
Persephone and Louisa.
Thank you, ma'am.
Oh yeah.
Well, I've got all their names in my little book now, so as debts accumulate, I'll be well prepared to track them.
We do have one more coterie that I think should be of particular interest to you folk.
Okay.
They're being called the emissaries.
Emissaries.
Oh yeah. Emissaries from where? No one can rightly say.
Are they not from a barony local to us, ma'am?
Oh no, they're not anarchs at all.
Interesting.
Colin starts doing some math in his head. Do you happen to know where a individual named Sharky is from?
The emissary coterie.
Thank you, ma'am.
He's a gangrel.
Does he turn into a shark?
Mm. Colin
A
shuts
dolphin,
up.
I think.
Must be quite the porpoiseful transformation.
Should be ashamed.
Oh, I don't know about that. I've only heard a little bit of reports about him diving down in deep, trying to block up a sewer duct or. Oh.
To what end?
Oh, there was a flesh-crafted monstrosity made of dinosaur bones in there.
To what end?
I think he was hoping that the water would rise and the dinosaur wouldn't be able to do much more than just kind of dog paddle.
This is a fascinating city.
Yeah. Okay.
The undead T-Rex did come up a few nights ago, Darlene.
Yeah.
Yet the dolphin was excluded, though, and I feel that's you know what? Honestly, it's stranger. Like the T-Rex is so unbelievable that it kind of like prevents you from fully recognizing it. The dolphin
Sharky
is
another interesting character in
Are we
this
sure he doesn't
city's
transform into a shark? That would make more sense.
population. His
No.
eyes can turn colors and he can get claws. That is what I can confirm.
He is the most ventru gangrel I think you will ever meet in your entire lives.
Holland's face with a capital F slips for a second. He says, "Yeah, I'd agree with that," in a quiet tone, and then immediately shuts the fuck up again.
Oh, he takes the name from Lone Sharkin.
That makes significant sense.
Oh, okay.
He is an
Almost as
interesting
wealthy as the
character.
prince. Well,
Okay.
there is still a certain exponential degree, but
Well, quite the interesting cast of folk, all of whom I imagine will surely never get themselves into debt through their antics
oh
What
and
no,
never
all
need our
of
services.
most of them are already in debt to the Meals on Wheels.
Oh,
what additional emissaries are there at this time, ma'am?
Oh, Dr. Becca Barca, plastic surgeon, specializes in a certain kind of gender affirming care, was my understanding.
Aw, that's nice.
And then there's what was his name? I was just at his club, the nightclub downtown, the Black Rose. Vanguard. Fella's name is Vanguard.
Vanguard.
Do you know what clan he's from, or what clan Dr. Becca Barker is from, ma'am?
Oh, the doctor's a dragon. I would assume Vanguard is a rose.
A dolphin, a dragon, and a rose walk into a bar. You imagine one of them would have seen it coming.
Oh, well, their leader is, their leader is uncle to the Keeper of Elysium.
Oh,
Colin does some math and then says, that being the doll?
Oh, no. Where did you hear that name from?
Places. Who is the uncle? Wait, Bridgerton?
Oh, yes, the Lord Bridgerton.
Family lines. Family
Oh, yeah.
lines.
Oh, for Nosferatu, it's more like closeness.
Kinship.
oh.
Colin looks up into the corner of one of his eyes and then files that one away. Bridgerton. Okay. Lord Bridgerton or Bridgerton?
Oh, he is Lord Bridgerton.
Lord Bridgerton.
Lord Bridgerton Esquire, actually.
Lord Bridgerton Esquire.
Well, all these are recorded, and they are emissaries, but them being reported to us means that they have agreed to use the Camaria's boon system.
Oh, yeah.
Excellent.
They know how to use it. They don't do so very often, but technically speaking.
Well, we may
Well,
have a cheaper way to make the stuff, so.
I should probably warn you about a couple of the members of the court.
of course, yes. We would deeply appreciate any foreknowledge you could provide.
Oh, yeah.
Colin turns on the smile again and shuts up.
The Toreador have something kind of going on. Their chosen primogen is, well, he has been taken out of commission, still alive, just out of commission, under some very unusual circumstances, potentially involving flesh crafting.
Oh, goodness. Well, such is the ways of the court.
Such is the ways of a city.
I wish him a swift and safe recovery.
The current acting primogen for the current acting primogen was an oracle for the last regime.
Interesting. And that would be?
Oh, you haven't heard any of the stories about the war yet.
Oh, sorry.
A little
No.
bit.
We've heard, yes, we've heard that there was a hostile conflict of takeover, but a lot of the details were deemed unimportant for us, though. I'm sure our third member, Colin, knows all about it, and there's no real reason to drag him back to a story he's already heard.
Oh, some of it, I'm sure. It's more like,
I'd love to hear your perspective.
oh, I'm an administrator. We didn't do too much during the war.
Still,
You should. You are aware that we heal everything?
Yes.
Usually within a night?
I'll take your word for it.
And she's just going to give you this real quizzical look.
Thin blood, sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry, dear. I'm
That's
sure
okay.
no one will hold it against you.
Thank you.
Anyway. The previous... Hold on. I gotta find the accent again. It keeps vanishing on me. Midwest. What are you gonna do?
Colin is actually psychically projecting like the wrong consonants and vowels into your head to like.
If she were alive, she may have an aneurysm in a few moments. Just
Oh no. All right. So the previous regime, they were a tiny bit authoritative. No, I think the actual word is authoritarian. They can sidewalks, Father Flanagan, sidewalks. I'm not sorry. They concocted a way to torture folk using a very specific Tremere magic trick.
One that would allow wounds to never heal?
That is an affirmative.
Charles puts two neurons link in the back of Charles's head, and several things make sense at once. And he goes, well, it seems that such effective methods eventually led to dissatisfaction, which brought about their downfall. The nature
yeah.
of most things.
Mostly I tell you that to tell you this. You got one of them working with you. Mostly a courier, but there is a fairly young gangrel fella that does some of the deliveries.
Colin pipes up, the silent one.
Oh yeah.
He nods. Miss Sexton has spoken to me about the individual, as well as Prince Sexton.
Oh, they are members of the Silenced. We have a few of them still in the city.
Ah, I thought there was only one. My mistake.
Are the silenced? And she turns to Colin.
When this did come up, unfortunately, a couple nights ago, I understand if you may have blocked it out. Yes. Their throat.
So, if you happen to notice folks walking around the city with a thin blue-gray scar right along there, all of them are mute.
Are they still able to
Understandable.
communicate with other ways? I can read lips. Like if they're trying to if they're having some trouble, I'd be happy to help.
Oh. I
They
think
may
the
not
kid
have
does
tongues.
most of his communication through Weasel.
Oh, cute. Well, the offer stands.
Right. There are no tongues, so it can be hard to do a lip reading.
Yeah, that's tricky. Yeah. Oh, sorry.
Oh yeah. Back to the roses, though. The acting Primogen. Oh, she's got an eye gone and probably a screw loose.
Charles writes this down.
Colin shoots Charles a look for a second, for a fleeting second, and I know that you're already looking at me, so presumably Dillard catches it.
Yeah.
He fuck you, Colin. Colin does start to say, and does say,
Charles quickly clears his throat and says, Miss Dillard,
Oh, yeah.
may I just say that I deeply, deeply appreciate the depth and detail that you've gone into this on. And in order to express my thanks to you for your hospitality and hosting, may I state that I would like to offer you a trivial boon for your time and awareness of us. And if merely as consideration, may I request that we continue this conversation with the most quick and efficient manner? Not to say that your presence isn't a blessing to us, but, well, you've been such a gracious host, and of course, there is a long night ahead of us. I hope you will find this an equitable trade.
And glances are going between Charles and Colin,
Colin did one thing, and he started to do a thing, and Charles jumped on that fucking grenade.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
Charles is shutting up because a trivial boon is already on the table, and he doesn't want to feel even more guilty.
Darlene is having a great time. Just
God bless her.
Okay, then. There's just one more Toreador you should probably be aware of, then.
Excellent. And Charles makes a note of his own trivial boon to Miss Dillard. And of course, now that a boon has been recorded, Miss Dillard knows very well that there shouldn't be any more flack on these conversations. No one would breach a boon here in the good court of Philadelphia. Charles doesn't say that out loud. That's in his own head. Yes, the last
The
Toreador.
man is... Well, he calls himself Laurent, something French. I hear tell that you have had romantic ideals at some point or another.
who? Me? Not
Oh, yeah.
what?
Even if red is your favorite color, I would entreat you to leave this one alone.
Oh no, I'm not. That's not going to be a problem.
He does. He can be friendly. And rather attractive if you are into that sort of style of masculine beauty. Personally, I tend toward men who look not as good as I do in a dress. But to each their own.
To each their own.
The man is working an angle. I don't know what angle that is.
Working an angle.
He has no real reason to be here.
Oh, okay.
Roses are pretty much acceptable literally anywhere else in the Camarilla.
Okay.
They are, they would lose a little bit of their high clan status here. Because again, In Philadelphia, we do things a little bit different.
Okay.
I'm not sure what's going on, and believe you me, it takes a lot to admit that fact.
So we don't know why he's here?
No.
And I imagine you'd rather like to know why.
Oh, yeah.
If we come across that information, we'll see what can be arranged.
Seems to be fairly close to the acting primogen.
Does he have any weaknesses?
Or the same thing all the roses have weaknesses toward.
Just so I'm not making assumptions.
Beauty, mostly.
What does he find beautiful, ma'am?
Anatomy, apparently.
Noted, ma'am. Thank you.
Oh no, Mr. Something French is he's a sculptor.
Oh, interesting. That was not how I took that. Understood.
Oh yeah. A lot of his sculptures are anatomical in nature.
I have a potential angle that I can work. If there's
Colin,
any
when he does a double take, because he's associated with Samisi in his backstory, and then he has been around people. Liam talking about wanting to learn flesh crafting, and that was kind of recent. And when she mentioned sculptures, he does want to double check because he does double take, and this is vampire. Ma'am, what kind of material does he work with as sculpting?
Mostly marble and gypsum, I think.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. If
I
that
had
changes, please let me know.
I have an angle I could potentially work.
Oh,
Yeah. If it's possible to maybe if I could get eyes on some of his work and maybe I could get a feel for the kinds of things that he's got that person like the a proclivity for. I don't know how to phrase it. Um if I could get eyes on that.
oh, they're roses. It's not like they keep their work hidden.
Okay. Okay. Well, I'll try to hunt it down and see if I can get a feel for what his is.
In fact, I think we have a couple of pieces here.
Okay. Can I see?
Oh yeah. And she's just gonna kind of get out from behind her desk and start walking toward the door. And you notice the twins step forward to follow her a few steps back. Okay. So you're just walking through the art museum. Are you guys trying to have a conversation while this woman absolutely speeds by you in heels?
Interesting. Colin
Yeah.
is probably not going to be of much help during this. He's just watching her and the other two and feeling guilty and resentment and just feels.
Darling, being the kind of person that she is, just assumes that the other two know what she's talking about, and she's
Charles?
trotting along.
Charles gives Colin a look, and he does say, and he says this in a neutral voice, to not make it sound conspiratorial, and he says, "You have your role in the group, I have mine. Think nothing of it." And he turns and keeps an eye on the situation and makes sure that he's letting Darlene take the lead.
She'll trot along. It's like, hey, I got to see an art gallery. This is fun, like a field trip.
At some point, while we are all walking through the museum, Diller just stops dead, looking at a fairly tall, very thin, blonde man who appears to be setting up a museum display. The ghouls who make up the rear of the party just kind of giggle.
What do we see? What does this individual look like?
The first of all, the man is, as the storyteller described, he is tall, thin, almost to the point of wayfish thin, platinum blonde hair. He is, for lack of a better word, stunning. This is somebody that could stop another Toreador dead in their tracks. The display that he is setting up with the help of a couple of ghouls is a large sculpted column of a mass of writhing bodies. It is similar to, have any of you seen The Devil's Advocate?
Yes.
So at first blush, it looks like a heavenly display where it is this rising column of silk clad figures standing at least 9 feet tall, just different poses. The anatomy on each of the figures is exquisite even from this distance. The dips of the clavicles, the angle of the cheekbones, all expertly crafted. And upon hearing the click of the heels behind him, he turns. Mademoiselle Dillard, it is such an honor to see you this evening. And he genuflects softly.
This a new one?
Yes, indeed it is. Just finished it earlier this evening. I thought His Grace would enjoy this particular piece.
And Darlene is just like gazing at it in awe.
Uh, Darlene, the closer you look at this display, you start to notice something strange about the faces. What looks like expressions of joy and ecstasy from a distance as you get closer begin to look like faces twisted in fear, horror, and pain. Almost as if there is as your perspective shifts, the faces almost seem to change.
Oh my gosh, did you make this?
Indeed, I did. And who is this
This
radiant
is
beauty we have here?
incredible. Oh, hi, I'm Darlene. I'm new in the city. It's good to meet you.
Laurent, I am charmed.
Are you LeBron?
Indeed, I am.
Oh my goodness. This is such an honor. I've heard so much about you.
And he'll cast an eye to Dillard. Oh, have you? Wonderful. I am so glad that my reputation precedes me.
Allow me to formally introduce Talon Lewitz,
Oh,
Talon Pacifico, and Talon Fry.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening, all of you. I am so glad that Chancellor Harold Dillard has what looks to be some very competent staff.
Under her eye, the needs of the city have been met, and now that it is flourishing, we are simply here to assist her in doing the job she was already doing.
He'll look again at Dillard. Oh, I like this one, the modesty.
I didn't think that was quite your style.
I'm not modest. Well, I can be, but I enjoy it in others.
From what I understand, modesty from you costs extra.
I don't think it's needed. What did she make this out of?
Marble.
Oh, wow.
It's
Like
been something I've
Michelangelo's
been
statues, right?
correct. It's been something I've been working on for some time. My gypsum pieces, unfortunately, are not nearly as sturdy, and I want this one to stand the test of time.
It's amazing. The like even like the tendons, the way they lift in configuration with like the position of their fingers, like this
A
is
fellow,
amazing.
a fellow student of anatomy.
The human body is a miracle.
It is indeed.
I you know, I haven't never been much of an artist. It's so I'd say probably a way more I don't want to say primitive, but I can't think of any other word for it. Understanding than yours, but like I couldn't even imagine. You must have been studying this for decades.
Oh, I did first pick up the chisel in the 40s, shortly after the occupation.
Oh my gosh. What a hard time in history to live through. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's fine, dear. It's fine. We eventually learn to put such things behind ourselves.
That's a spirit. And Darlene is just marveling at the sculpture.
There are some things that don't wash off.
And he will smile politely at Dillard. No, no, I suppose they don't. Well, unless you find yourself on the right side of certain lines. Isn't that right, Chancellor Harold?
Unlike some folk who will turn coat to survive, I was always on the right side.
And he gives a soft nod before he turns back to his piece, ushers the ghouls away, looks back at the coterie. Well, it looks as though you're all quite busy. I would hate to waste any more of your time.
I wouldn't call it a waste. I'd love to see more of your work.
One moment, please. Well, perhaps you can come by the Neverland Collective sometime.
The Neverland Collective?
Yes, it's the art collective that my cousin runs.
Oh, I would love to. I'm honored to have the invitation.
And he'll pull out a card for each of you that reads the Neverland Art Collective.
Thank you.
Thank
Who
you
is your
so
cousin?
much.
Give the primogen my regards.
Wendy, darling. I didn't know she had a relation. Is that familial or kindred?
Oh, well, they're both roses, aren't they? It's a common connection to make.
It was such a pleasure to speak with you, and
Yes,
I
this is
look
so
forward to our
amazing.
workings together in the future.
And Laurent will again offer a polite smile, genuflect, before finishing ushering the ghouls that are with him out of the site of the Chancellor Herald and potentially leaving the museum.
Hello, ST. Colin has been watching since I asked what does Laurent look like, studying Laurent, his interaction with an inferior, us, Darlene, and someone outside his chain of command, the Venture Dillard, who clearly has an adversarial relationship with him, his relationship with his latest work, Agony and Pain display that the prince is supposed to enjoy, and how he responds to Charles and Darlene. Colin is building a profile of this individual and assessing him with his specialty if I'm allowed to do that.
Oh,
I would like to
absolutely.
roll that.
Do it.
And because this is something that would be going with a certain conviction of his, I will be surging it. If
Give
you're
me
going to
that
do it
beautiful
well.
bean footage. Beautiful bone footage. You know what I mean.
Not yet. Else. That surge. Don't make me. Yeah, not goop. 11 or 1. Gimme, gimme, gimme. I'm a willpower it. Go to 4. I'll take that.
You are looking to build something like a threat profile, right?
Yes, thank you.
I, as the storyteller, am going to give it to you this way. Hi, have you met your coterie mate, Charles?
Hi, friend.
The man is very clearly a social chameleon and able to function in ways that Dillard does not seem capable of.
Interesting. A different kind of social. Okay. With my 10 successes, can I get anything more of what dangers lie with him?
Survival is probably
8.
this guy's middle name. The way he was talking about the period of time in which he learned his trade, he is very clearly talking about Europe, probably France, in the 1940s. Which, if you look up actual history, can tell you a little bit about his character. And, as an extra bonus, while Dillard speaks in an absolutely horrific Midwest accent, the word that she used to refer to Alicia means princess in German.
Hmm.
Filing that one away. Okay. Thank you very much.
Who wants to go to an art gallery?
Not it.
Oh, you boring.
I'd be happy to be there to assist you if necessary.
Thank you. Thank you. I hate going I hate going places alone.
That sounds like a scene we would have to schedule.
Lovely. So as we depart, Dillard left with us, yes? Or did she go off on her own?
Dillard went back to her office. Clearly,
Excellent.
she's got junk to do.
Perfect. Charles will turn to Colin and say, "You held it together very well."
My apologies.
In the same way that you said you would take a bullet for us, it is my job to take the social bullets for you. We have different defenses. I would much rather pay a trivial on my terms than I would have you face down something that needs to be accelerated in aggravation because of previous offenses. As long as I'm there, I can be your social shield. So long as when physical conflicts happen, I can count on you to be aggressive in ways I cannot be.
He doesn't say anything, but he does dip his head for a second.
Charles nods his head in mutual understanding. And Darlene,
Hey.
exceptional work.
And I mean, it honestly is a good statue. Like he really does know his stuff.
You know what the hardest part about deceiving people is?
What's that?
Turning it off.
I was going to say, you can always tell when someone has genuine beliefs about something. People are ingenuine for all sorts of reasons, but you truly believed it was a nice statue. That's something that, when you're experienced enough at lying, you just forget to do. Actually appreciate things, because it's so easy to just pretend to be, and not expect the other person to pick up on it.
I've yapped to Colin about this before, mostly when I was bitching about my handlers. A lie isn't something that you tell in the moment. Anybody can really, well, not anybody, but it's not the hardest thing in the world to like commit to a truth. But like, a lie is a lifetime commitment. You've got to make sure that there is never any external factor that contradicts the little version of reality that you've constructed. If you got to
Let's get
commit
back
to
to
it,
the morgue, shall we?
yeah, good
Yes.
idea.
Charles will take back to the car and he will say, Mr. Colin, would you mind doing a search of my vehicle before we depart?
Would you like me to roll that one? I will be, again, going full hog on that.
You can
Investigate.
either roll it or take half.
If I roll it as is, I'd be taking 4 for take half. 4 successes.
4 is going to be just fine. There are a couple of business cards that have been left on Charles's windshield. For Dillard Media.
This is all I got. Nothing underneath that I could find. Nothing in the body.
Appreciated. Thank you for your investment in everyone's security. Terribly sorry to make you turn your phone off one more time tonight, everyone.
The second he's in the car, and they start driving the engines on,
Yep.
and there would be some noise masking. I fucking
Yep.
hate vampires so goddamn fucking much. I fucking despise
Oh my god, I
these
know,
people.
right? Oh my god, they're the
Holy
worst, right?
fuck, I want to fuck. I was thinking about eating her. I don't do that very often. I fucking hate. I feel so goddamn disgusted in myself in multiple ways. I do not trust that man in the slightest. I will go with you to the art museum because I don't trust anything about him.
Thank you. I
Uh,
appreciate that. I have a particular set of attitudes about traders, which I've already talked with you about. Thank
a
you
little
for
bit,
hearing me
yeah.
out.
St. Petersburg, yeah. You mentioned some stuff. You mentioned Vegas, yeah. No, that's completely understandable. I do not trust that man. I don't trust many
Oh, no.
people. I trust him less than
Oh, no.
normal.
Did you see the statues?
Yes, after you like got a little close, I looked at it for like a half second. I was like, "Oh,
That
that's
name
fun."
is head fucked. There's
Yeah,
like
did I? Mm, mm.
there is
Man,
there is something not good going
no,
on
I
upstairs.
appreciate you, Charles. By the by, it was many things. I was probably going to fuck it. Let's be real, it's me. But I was going to point out that Wendy Darling had been given a good review by Alicia Sexton and was the one who had mentioned her to me. And I was probably going to say something snarky about, hey, maybe the prince's wife having an opinion on things should also be counted. And
She
maybe
would have
you
eaten
have
you
some
alive.
biases. I'm sorry. I was being a little bit angry. What did you say?
No, she would have eaten you alive. I was halfway through that. She
Oh, she would have destroyed me. Yeah, no, she
it
would have
was
fucking destroyed me.
you're not incorrect, but one thing that she was doing quite obviously there is the second that she realized what was making you reaction, I saw her slowly begin to poke at everyone. She started getting their names wrong, I'm pretty sure on purpose to see which ones you would correct her on, because that told her who your weak points were. It told her who you actually knew, and it gave her an angle on who she should have attacked.
Part of it is I think that she was also
Sneaky.
testing how much I'm paying attention and how much I can deal with somebody being wrong in front of me. It's
She
investigative stuff.
Oh man, she's
she
smart. Okay.
Oh no, she's very smart. She's terrible, but she's also highly intelligent, socially. Um, the fact that she I had to prompt her about the neonate coterie, and she knows for a fact that I was in the neonate coterie, and her forgetting the names, she's absolutely lying to all of us. She did not forget or lose track of
of
any of their
course.
names. I don't
No,
believe her.
of course she's the harpy. This is not a well, it is a large city. Its kindred population is not high enough that the harpy would not know all of them. She didn't consult her book for any of the names. She has them all memorized, obviously.
She knew
I
Liam. She knew every single. I'm just so. The It is also insulting to a degree that I just dislike. Okay, part of it's also me disliking somebody like her in power over me. It reminds me of somebody else. Just a little upset. So,
no,
Alicia's still the boss.
no, not Alicia. A different woman
I,
who was
I
in charge
know,
of
but
me.
like Alicia is still our boss. Like Mrs. Dillard, she's kind
Oh,
of
I see what you mean.
a
No,
coworker. You get right.
I would
a coworker who can say things and then did I mention that I hate boons and that they can be twisted in ways that I just want to fuck fuckity fuck 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 fuck.
you have to
I'm
be very careful with anything above a trivial. The nice thing is though, if you're
I
smart,
know.
you always undersell. I will say this, Colin, if you
Be
hate
prepared
her
for her to
enough,
make that somehow worse. Be prepared for her to get blood from a stone.
don't worry.
Okay.
How you deal with owing someone a trivial boon is you bring them something, and of course, treat it as if you're being proactive. If they don't call it in first, you give them something worth a trivial. And by the good graces of kindred culture, of course, it would be uncouth of them not to forgive a boon, because why would you issue a boon of the same level when one's already on the record? That would just be a poor act. Ugh.
I bow
The
to
boon
playing
trade,
the game that makes me upset.
trust me, I don't like it any more than you do. I will say this for you, Colin. She has a weak point, and it's an incredibly exposed weak point. She is very comfortable with her position because she knows that being there, she was placed because the prince wants to piss some people off. That's made her very, very happy saying things that she shouldn't say. What you need to do, Colin, is let her piss you off. Keep feeding her the things that bother you, because eventually she's going to say something to you to piss you off. And then the next time you have John Sexton's ear, you should say to him that you lost your cool with the harpy because of this thing, and you really, really think that, you know, you want his advice on how you should deal with further provocations, and you're so genuine and incapable of lying. It's quite fun. I think the prince
Thanks.
was ready to kill me simply because I struggled a little with his dear wife's name. Some of the things she was already comfortable saying to us about the Keeper of Elysium, if you keep letting her egg you on until she slips up and says something really bad, I think the prince would have quite the fun time dealing with that, wouldn't he?
Potentially. When I am less livid, I would likely agree with you. Another thing I would point out, just as an investigator, is she is prejudiced against Toreador, in case you missed that.
Yes, very much
Very.
so. May I offer you some advice for dealing with her?
Freely.
Do you watch scary movies? Have you ever watched a scary movie?
I have watched scary movies. I think scary movies have become somewhat dull to me.
I would agree very much so, but here's an interesting question. Watch something that's supposed to be terrifying, and then watch it again, but instead of watching it with the intent to watch it with the intent to create your own scary movie. Take it apart. You're an investigator, right? Don't think about how it's supposed to make you feel. See it as building blocks. That's how you win a social fight, you see. Don't listen to their attacks and internalize them. Analyze their attacks as weapons, bullets, pieces. Don't let it have the emotional impact on you because you're looking for the intent of what they say. See her attacks as a puzzle she's putting together. Once you can identify the pieces, they can no longer affect you emotionally because you see them for what they are. When you see a phantom run behind a character, as an audience member, you're terrified. It's meant to scare you. But when you look at it and say, oh, that's a piece of CGI, meant to be just slightly out of frame, because that is supposed to catch the corner of your eye, that is meant to invoke the effect that you're going to miss it, and it's supposed to make you afraid, because we're afraid of things we don't see. Well, that's not as scary, is it?
Look at you, Henry Kissinger. Damn.
Probably don't call him that.
No, but not evil.
Thank you,
Henry
Charles.
Kissinger, but not
I'm
evil.
gonna drive us directly into a wall. And Charles makes a gesture like he's about to swerve the car left, and then rolls.
God, please.
Stop it.
God, please, but also God, no. But also, don't worry, everybody. God will save us.
It's like
Right.
as a threat,
That
right?
bitter line.
I am incapable with what you all said. I am incapable of acting against the powers that be, being who I am and lacking in the category of anything that has ever been a threat to, I guess, what is now my kind. I will say this: if any of you do kill a vampire, I will drive you as far as the next state's border. And
Oh.
as far as I will be aware, I never saw you.
Thanks, honey. Same here.
No offense, Miss Darlene.
Hmm?
I would not ask you to drive me anywhere.
I'd fly you.
You know what? That would actually be quite nice.
So, you all make it back to the morgue with this easy, we hate everyone that isn't us sort of conversation.
We hate us too. Like,
Oh, no. A lot of Dillard's reminding him of him. He doesn't like it.
There's not a member of this
I
coterie that
love
isn't like
your
mired in self-loathing. Like,
So you guys make it back to the morgue and your general level of apartments, and there is a light on in the sort of lounge room.
Can I see
Darlene
the
heads in, walk toward the
fuck,
light.
Darlene?
It's Sifra. She
Okay,
has
thank
got
God.
on like one of those fuzzy onesies
Hey,
How
that
does
is
she
like
look?
an opossum and is eating honeycomb, like raw honeycomb, not like the cereal. I'm talking raw honeycomb out of
Hashtag
a
just
Tupperware
anythings.
container.
Darlene will just sit directly like beside her. Hey, honey, how are you doing?
Hi, boss.
Do do you remember um the first person who taught you how to be what we are?
Colin sits down.
Darlene will move aside to make room for Colin. Just like this is this is not a question I can.
Yes. Colin
I
sits down next to Darlene. Next to, between the two of them, I think, at this point.
Mhm.
Yeah. Darlene and Sifra.
Charles, stay standing.
I didn't even know how to eat properly. She taught me though. We we
What
found a
it,
way that worked.
The milk and the honey.
No, I eat those because I enjoy them, and I can still kind of process them. Um, Eating like what we are now, like taking from the cold ones because I can't stand to be near the warm ones.
Yeah.
Yeah. Have you lost that person?
No. I can't imagine what it would be like to lose a sire who took care of me.
It's we weren't even related like that. You know how La Sombras are, they all just kind of adopt people.
I think
You told me.
I think I kind of understand.
She may have not been your sire, but she was somebody who took care of you.
Yeah. And now she's gone. Not dead, but still gone.
Do you remember what she was like?
I still have all the books. Well, except the one that I gave to Luke. It was for emergencies.
People are gone when we forget them. We can always have the stories that we know from our perspective. No matter what other people say, it's relative to you?
I can't even say her name.
You remember her face?
Yeah.
You remember her lessons?
If I remember them too good, we would have significant difficulties in working together. And she's gonna turn attention to Colin and Charles. My mama had a very strong emotions towards men.
Understandable.
You remember her lessons. The lessons you learned may not have necessarily been the lessons she was trying to teach,
Did
but there may have been more truth to them.
you you and Mrs. Sexton know each other, right?
Yeah, not as well as I would have liked.
Did you know my mama when she was in Florida?
I was not allowed a wide social circle.
Oh,
What I knew of your mother was pretty well what slipped through the cracks.
so probably all the crazy.
Okay. I didn't remember anything crazy about her.
More chaotic, I think maybe.
I did not remember anything chaotic. Nothing accidentally chaotic.
No, that is one good thing, I think. Whenever she caused chaos, it was definitely on purpose.
Yeah. I think my handler might have hated her guts.
That's probably a vote of confidence.
Yes, 100%. If ever there was one.
Colin
My
smiles genuinely when she laughs a little bit and rocks slightly.
You're still allowed to cherish the good parts. Even if there was bad, you shouldn't feel guilty about that.
There's just like I know it's their clan weakness to take in folks from other clans.
She could have taken in a lot of options. I mean,
Colin,
there's a fresh batch of newly sired gangrel like every season, but she chose you.
Colin for once now is wearing the shoe on the other foot. As you can see in Charles's eyes, the pedantic need to say something, and he is holding his mouth like he's got that look of like pure empathetic concern. And Colin knows Charles well enough to know he's making this gesture to close his jaw physically, and he is looking at Colin as if to ask if Colin can give him any excuse to not be here to hear this.
Colin looks at Charles, and in his eyes, Charles may recognize a face that is half shut the fuck up and half that's rough, buddy. That may sound a little familiar. And a little bit a piece of, I know you're laughing at me. I'll laugh at you too later. And that later may have come sooner than we thought. And there's that little needle and that little twist. And then he says, Charles, I think I left my phone in your car. Could you go get it? And he winks at him.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Charles opens his mouth as if to say something and then just goes, I will take my leave, because that is not a lie. And he takes his leave.
And that is the closest thing to a good boy point I think Cullen's done in a hot second. Even then, oh, it could have been so much worse, but he did it. Good job, Colin. You're
Good
growing.
job,
You're
Colin.
growing.
Good job,
And with
Colin.
that, I think we will call this episode of Philly by Night Trauma Edition to a close. As always, we
Woo!
are going to go around and say who the heck we are. We're going to do it a little bit differently. I'm going to pick who goes first, and then that person will popcorn one of their coterie mates, okay? So, Mr. Fry, who is you? Where can we find you?
Colin Fry, the delightful goop of sarcasm and don't worry, everybody, God'll save us, is played by Grim Grimoire, and you can find me on Discord. I now poke our wonderful Charles Pacifico.
Hello, hello, Charles Pacifico, everyone's most optimistic and nihilism hating, self loving, honest as they come. Courier is played by
I know we're out of session, but if you keep lying, I'm gonna make you roll for it.
Roll.
No, I'm kidding. Go ahead.
I am
He'll win,
Spyman
too.
X. Yeah, I am Spyman X. You can find me on Discord, on the wonderful Philly by Night Discord, where you should all join if you're not there already. And I love to play and have fun, and I will pass it off. Speaking of people who I have fun being around, Darlene Lewis's player.
Hi, my name is Amanda. I go by Worst Vampire Darlene. She's like my sole OC. And that Worst Vampire Darlene applies on just about every social media platform out there. So all the best. Thank you so much for tuning in. And I guess it's Einar's turn.
I am Einar. I am the lead storyteller here for Philly by Night. I play a whole host of SPCs from the Prince to the Doorman. You can find me where the skies are blue at instarsorbit.bsky.social. You can also find me on the Clock app at Einar_TTRPG. Anywhere else, if you think you found me, no, you haven't. And last but certainly not least, our wonderful storyteller for the evening.
Hello, as always, I am Good Day Effects on the Tickety Talkies, but these days that's more of a political opinion stuff that I do there. If you're looking for more cosplay or makeup effects, you can hit up my Tuba View where I am still Good Day Effects. You can catch me on Blue Sky if you are curious about my writing proclivities. Again, I'm still Good Day Effects. I play a lot of the SPCs, and sometimes I have difficulty holding on to some of those extreme accents. I'm going to remind our players that they should stick around for Roses, Buds, and Thorns, but as for everybody else, just remember, just because we're monsters in the game does not mean we can't be the light in somebody's world.